Well, good morning, Claire. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Paul. Good to be here. Always love watching and playing pool. So welcome everybody to the Papanui Masters men's event. Table 1 we've got Perry Lilly and Steve Collier, and on our live streaming table 2 is Les Mitchell and Brent Ramage. So these are the first games for the main event. The late round has been going for close to 2 hours now, so they're well into that, and I think they're close to playing the semi-finals. Lovely frosty Christchurch morning today, but we're going to have a beautiful sunny afternoon.
Yes, I think it got down to about -3.
Yes, my little red car was very white this morning. So just kicking off on table 1 is Steve Collier. Met him last week at the Alan Cowan Memorial Tournament, and I believe maybe two of his children were playing. Fantastic to see last week. There was 9 juniors playing in the field of 145 players. So that's really fantastic to see so many juniors coming through. And we're talking about 9 and 10-year-olds, so great for the future of our sport.
Yes, it was great, and a lot of them were on the live stream throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and it's good. One thing was lovely to see, there were juniors calling fouls on themselves, and I just think that actually is a really good example to a lot of the adults. They were respectful, they knew the rules, so really sharp players. So I think all of us better look out in the future, these young ones coming through.
There's some very sharp players out there.
Indeed. So now at the other end of the spectrum with the over 50s, I think somebody whose birthday was just last week, so they only just made it into this tournament. I don't know do we have any idea who the oldest player is?
Not too sure, sorry Claire.
That'd be an interesting thing to find out. I know there's somebody 72, somebody was telling me yesterday. I thought he looked about 65, to be honest. So it might be an interesting thing to see if we can find out during the day.
Yes.
So we've got people here from all over. Actually, Des Blair's down from the North Island. We've got people from all over the South Island. Mainly Christchurch players, but...
Yeah, obviously a smaller field than last week, being just a Masters event. Last week, obviously, we did wonders for Alan's memory.
Yes, it was a fabulous tournament. It went really well. Great man.
When we say table 1 and table 2, for you guys watching at home, table 2 is on your left-hand side and table 1 is on the right hand. For when I do the setup, it's easier because we're looking at them in the room like that.
Yes. And so they're playing best of 5.
Race to 3, yes.
Yep, and Tracy's just announced that depending on time, when we get to the last 16, they might go to best of 7, which is always good. As I said, the plate round's not that far off actually getting to the final. So what happened in this tournament, they were in sections of 6, and I think we had 11 or 13?
I think it was 13 there,
13
Claire.
sections. And the top 4 qualified for the main event, and it's straight knockout, there's no flight rounds, so it's pretty brutal.
Corey having a bit of a dig at you there, Claire.
Well, actually, Corey, it's really interesting. I had 3 blokes ask me yesterday why I wasn't playing. I said, do you not realise I'm a woman, or do you think it's an open event? So,
because they do run a Papanui Masters for the ladies, don't they?
Yes, but Papanui, I understand, are not running it this year. The Woolston Club, I think, Richmond, one of the others, I think it was Woolston, have offered to run it. Obviously it won't be the Papanui Masters, it'll just be a ladies' Masters. Just the time constraints with COVID and everything that's happened, everybody trying to squeeze as many tournaments in as possible. There's a few clubs that aren't up and running with the tables. Richmond itself is one. Hornby Club will have 10 tables when they open up their new extension, and I think that's kind of due September, October way. So there's going to be some super venues that have got a lot of tables. So I mean, I've never been into the bowling club here, and it's transformed from a boring shell into a great pool venue actually. We've got 14 tables and with plenty of room around them, so that's great. Daryl from On Cue came in, set all the tables up, and it's like last weekend, the tables are playing really, really well. Everybody had a great time. Good set up at the bar and plenty of seating around, so this really is a top-notch venue for pool actually.
Yeah.
So we've got started. Steve won the first frame against Piri, and Les has won up on Brent.
So we've obviously seen Steve a few times over last weekend on the live stream, and I think we saw Brent Ramage as well. But both Les and Perry weren't playing, so this is their first time this season on the live streaming tables. So it's great to see the other players getting on these tables as well.
Yeah, and some people handle it really well. Basically, you get up here and you ignore it. That's the best advice I can give to people. Don't worry about the fact that you're on TV, because you don't need that extra pressure when you're playing pool. Nice to see coming in. We've got the juniors in coming to watch.
Yes,
Dad or granddad or whoever playing.
Yeah.
It's really good. Nice to have some support when you're playing.
Yeah, you got. I can see down the back of the room we've got the Pinelli family, and up the front here we've got the Collier family. So
yeah,
there is a few young
Pinelli
players
family,
around.
we've got enough room for all of them in here.
Yeah.
What a great family of pool players. Really awesome, lovely people.
There's been enough of them playing over the last couple of tournaments we've live streamed with the Alan Cowan and the Canterbury Open.
Yeah.
And then not forgetting that next weekend we're live streaming the Canterbury Piers as well, so we'll have...
That's here, Paul?
Yes, it is. So
we've got the ladies and the men?
Yeah.
Men's and ladies.
Yeah.
I think, actually, is it the ladies and the Open?
I think it might be ladies and Open,
Open, can choose to play in the Open if they want, but they can't play in both.
Yeah.
So normally I understand they're not run at the same time, but with the constraints of COVID and having to fit in as many tournaments as they can, and also there's extra costs involved with setting up tournaments and running them and everything. They decided that they would combine them. They did the same with the singles.
Yes, they did.
A few weeks ago. That was at Cashmere, because they could bring in more tables in there.
22 tables, I think, for the Open.
Yeah, set up in the sports hall and then in the normal playing area. Cashmere is always a great venue because they can fit in so many tables.
Yeah. So everyone's hearing us okay out there. Just let us know in the comments. Just wanting to double check the volumes. Thank you. And welcome to everyone that is watching in it, all 27 of you at the moment. I do know that we do have one or two overseas viewers, so welcome to you guys. It is hard for the overseas guys to follow our sport clear with the rules only being played in New Zealand.
Oh yes, and I know, Paul, when I went to Australia and played in the big guns, all I heard from people was, "Oh, you play those stupid rules, that are only played in New Zealand." And to me, it is kind of a little bit weird. It's, I guess, one of the things I find very frustrating about this game Although in saying that, if you play lots of different rules, you can learn a whole new tactical side of the game. But you know, there's the Super League rules and there's the world rules. Although I understand there's a couple of variations on the world rules. I thought there was only one world, but obviously not. And now the black ball rules are sweeping the world. Actually, the black ball world champs were supposed to be in Australia, in Melbourne, in November. And there was a group of people, I think led, or certainly a lot of it was to do with Simon Singleton, one of New Zealand's top players, and they were trying to get representative New Zealand team there, which was juniors and ladies, and that would have been absolutely outstanding opportunity for New Zealand. But now I'm not sure what's going to happen going forward, because it's only actually held every 2 years. So I'm not sure if they're going to push everything back a year, but let's hope we can push forward and get some New Zealanders at, full teams. I mean, instead of just one or two people going away, it'd be awesome for New Zealand. We've got some good strength, and as I talked before about juniors, there's certainly strength coming through from the young ones.
Yes, and I know that on our that Great Southern Knockout tournament we held earlier in the year that we live streamed, the winner of that was to be part of the team, guaranteed.
That was the first spot was guaranteed. Yeah, that was an awesome tournament, and it was a good introduction for people to see the black ball rules, and I think that was part of it too, because I know there was talk about changing the Super League over. I mean, I don't know how many years ago it was that the Super League started, and Brad Campbell brought those rules in, and I really, I know there's been varying views on Brad and that, but I think all cheers to Brad and what he did. It was about helping the young people in this game so that when they went overseas they weren't disadvantaged. Nobody plays charter club rules overseas, so it's really hard for people to get into a different mindset, and it's so different because the rules they play generally overseas is with the little white ball, and that's another whole different ball game altogether. So what Brad did for bringing in those rules I thought was fantastic for the New Zealand game, and I think there was talk about changing those Super League rules over to the black ball rules. I'm not sure if that was just a dream I had or if that was an actual truthful rumour.
I had heard rumours of that it was a possibility, but here's some of Steve's family in the watching from Australia, so it's great once again to see Steve's family being able to watch and play.
And there's someone there from Florida.
Yeah.
So
Bang Time Paul have been tuning in to quite a few of our streams this year, so it's great to be getting our game out there, even though it's hard for them to understand our rules.
Yes.
We do try, especially John and Daniel and Adam, and that when they try to explain them as they go during the course of the events, but
I think the most frustrating thing with these rules for people to understand while they're watching or new people come in to play is, in most rules it's either a ball in hand for any foul or it's 2 shots for any foul. But in these rules there's 3 fouls. There's minor fouls and major fouls and extreme fouls, and it's no wonder people get confused. Sometimes people that have been playing them for years are still confused about what they can and can't do on certain fouls. So it is quite interesting, but once you get around it, when it comes down to it, sink all your balls and sink the 8, you're going to win the game, no matter what rules you're playing. Basically, and the biggest thing with these rules is you can't snooker. So we got Steve up now 2-0.
Some of the family from Australia.
They're 2-0.
I've got young Heidi just over my shoulder. She might want to say hello to her family from Australia.
Hi.
Oh, it's lovely, Heidi. Heidi was playing last week.
Yeah.
In the How are you? How old are you, Heidi?
I'm 12.
12. And did you have a brother play?
Yeah.
And how old is he?
He's 8.
8.
Wow. I think he was one of the youngest, if not the youngest last weekend.
I think he would have been.
So,
we had a couple of Corey Reid, 2 of his girls playing, and that was lovely too.
And obviously
to see the girls.
You had the Pinellis and then and the Mackenzie boys as well.
Right,
so
yeah.
Got a few young players coming through.
Yeah.
So Steve's now 2-0 up over Perry. So he just needs he's the first to the hill, so he just needs one more frame, and it's his break. So he would be hoping to get one.
Oh, that's all important break.
Yeah.
And getting the choice of balls. That is one of the most important things I believe in this game. If you can get the choice of a set, unders or overs, that is massive.
And it was a dry break, unfortunately.
Yep.
So
he's not left a super easy shot on. And when you look at the table, you know, the 9 and the 6 are tied up there, and the black, I think that's the one beside the black. So there's a little bit of work to do here.
Bang Time Paul just asking about our COVID situation, Claire. Well, we're actually pretty lucky over here. We're
it's
keeping
almost
it out.
COVID situation, isn't it?
It's at the border is the only place that's coming in, and
Yep.
and they're going straight to isolation.
They have no choice but to go into 2-week isolation, and the poor people are put up in a fancy hotel and fed and looked after for 2 weeks, and then they're let out into the community. I mean, they are preparing that there's a possibility and actually a likelihood of a second wave of it. But I think what the government did was pretty amazing to lock the borders down as quick as possible. And I think until we've got my personal view is that until we've got a vaccine sorted out, that's the way it should stay. You know, New Zealand's population's growing all the time. All of a sudden, people are coming in instead of going out. I think we've got an extra 1 million people or something coming into the country from the time it started.
All the expats that have been living overseas for years and run out of.
I can see from here. Cooper.
This is the young 8-year-old Cooper.
Do
Steve.
you want to come and say hi, Cooper? There you got some relatives from Australia looking in.
Hi.
Cooper's one of these young guns I was talking about before.
My nana's
Is that your nana that's commented there?
yeah, Marina Rose.
Oh, so Marina, Cooper's saying hello. Cooper's the young gentleman I was talking about that I just thought he was outstanding last week. I saw him call a foul on himself, and I just think that's an outstanding way to start any sport. So thumbs up to you, young man. Dad's out there playing? Going well so far?
Currently 2-0 up over Perry, so...
Did you give him some advice before he came here today? Just keep calm, Dad. Keep calm. So how long have you been playing for, Cooper?
I think I started last year.
Last year? Well, you're pretty good. You seem to know the rules.
I played the juniors when I was 7.
Oh, just about need a box to stand on.
Do you find you have to play with the rest a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like me when I play snooker.
I play a lot of snooker as well.
Do you? Wow, that's amazing. That's why you're good with the rest. That always makes you good with the rest when you play snooker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, is that what you want to do when you get bigger? Is to play more snooker?
Yeah, probably.
Can I have a ref to control, please?
Such a different game. Have you ever played on a 9-foot table? On the 9-foot table?
I think we've got an 8-foot at our home.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hello, Coops. There's a message. See on the message there? We got
Grandma,
hello, Coops.
Nana,
Right there.
Oh.
With a big smiley face. And Coops got a big smile on his face too. Dad is doing well, she says. Oh, was it all over?
Yeah, Perry won that one.
Oh, so now Steve's ahead 2-1.
No, they'll change the score there.
And over on the other table, Les is up 2-0 now. I saw the last frame was a bit of a tippy-tappy game. You know, sometimes you can open frame, you know, you break and the balls are just scattered everywhere, and you just have a quick glance around and think, whoop, there's an 8 ball clearance there. And other times you've got balls tied up and, you know, it's going to be a game of chess, like I had with John Sordicott last week. A match was more like a game of chess. And it's kind of nice sometimes playing like that. I know the old, you can't snooker, and it kind of makes you think even harder. It's tricky to play a really, really, I guess, you know, if you have an open game, it's open, and if they snooker you, you can nominate or whatever. But if you've got a not snooker, that's another whole level. You've got to give them a clear shot at their ball, or they can either make you play again, or you've got a free ball. And when you've got a free ball, you can nominate any ball on the table, including the black, and sink that. And if it's the black, it just comes up on the spot. If it's the opponent's ball, it just stays down the pocket. Yeah, and then you just carry on. So it's another whole level of tactics in this game, is to be able to, sometimes you give a free ball, because it isn't actually an advantage sometimes to have a free ball. But you know, in this game I notice there's a lot of blocking pockets, where some of the other games, like the black ball rules for example, you know, you can pop the opponent's ball without penalty as long as you hit your ball first. But in these rules, get one over those pockets, and you know, it's your little insurance policy.
And there you go, Les just takes out the match on your left.
Wow, that was a very quick frame.
We'll transfer over to
follow.
Just focus Steve's game. Whoops, sorry, my fault.
So Piri's at the table now. I think he's on big ones, overs, stripes, depending where in the world you live.
I know I play an 8-ball pool game on my phone, and it says stripes and solids.
Yes, I think that's what they, in England, they say stripes and solids. Is that right, Paul? Do you know?
I don't know, but
Yeah,
I have heard them known as stripes and solids. And
Yeah,
Well,
unders and overs, smalls and bigs, you name it.
Well, they're known by a lot of different names. And,
Yeah. Sometimes you just point at the table and you said those ones.
yeah.
It's a free ball now for Steve.
That's right, you're going to be a commentator as well.
Gee,
That's right, it is a free ball. Because he's got to be able to play both sides,
of it.
yeah, the extreme sides of it. So here Steve can either nominate one of Piri's balls, an over, he can make him play again.
Maybe, is that the 10 or the 12?
It's hard to tell sometimes. I tell
And
you
it's a
what,
10.
that's one thing I like about the reds and yellows.
You don't have to.
You don't. It's really good from a spectator's point of view, especially. You know, you can look across the room and see how many balls each people have got. 'Cause sometimes you'll see a cluster of balls on a table you're not standing beside, and it's like, oh, is that an over? Is that an under there? And so that's one thing I really, really like about the reds and yellows, is it's really good from a spectator's point of view. And you know, somebody said, and I don't know if there's truth in it, that might be the reason that it was originally done like that for TV.
What is the table size?
These are a 7-foot table bang time pool. I think there's 3 manufacturers here in New Zealand that make these tournament tables. Obviously, Daryl from OnQ being the main one in the South Island that we're playing on, but we've also got Pop Black and Excellence. They all are very similar.
Yeah, they have a standard template for a tournament table. So, you know, the pockets have to be within a certain, you know, size. So there's not much difference when you're playing on them. Some people say that the Excellence tables are a bit tighter, but I've played on all of them and I don't believe there's actually that much difference between any of them. I've got a Pop Black table at home, and you know, the OnQ tables. Daryl does a fantastic job here in Christchurch, not just in providing an excellent product, but in being an amazing support to the pool community in general. You know, he sets up this live streaming and you know, sponsors people. And last week at the Alan Cowan tournament, he helped Paul with the shirts. his wife organised the design of the Alan Cowan shirts, and a lot of people bought those from the tournament. And that was a good fundraiser really for the Motor Neuro Foundation from the Alan Cowan. I think 60 something shirts were sorted out, and Daryl gave a really good price, so in doing that donated towards the Motor Neuro Foundation. So the tables are great. They run really, really well. When I played in a tournament in Australia, they had really nice tables, but it just astounded me that, in between matches I'd say, oh, let's move this table over here a bit, and they'd just lift the table up and move it along, and then they expected you to play on it. It hadn't been levelled or anything, and I'm like, what on earth's going on here?
Brent Appleton, Richmond, Richard East Hornby, table 14.
I believe the guy certainly in Melbourne that provides most of the tables actually is a Kiwi, and he makes the bulk of the tables over there. They're more of the colonial look tables with the turned legs, but the tables that are made here in New Zealand are pretty quite slick looking, easy to move around. So I understand that all these tables here are owned by
Canterbury 8 Ball,
and that are stored, and anybody that's running tournaments, they can just bring them out for that, move them around from club to club. So it's a great setup that they've got here. That's going to help all the clubs going forward. But these tables are in excellent condition. Daryl was in here levelling them all out, and they get brushed regularly, and beautiful tables. So getting back here now on this table, we've got Barry Henderson playing Paul Elisara. I hope that's pronounced right. So Barry's from the Hornby Club, and Paul's from Papanui.
Thank you.
I've only recently moved back to Christchurch just a week before COVID, so there's a lot of new faces from when I last played, a lot of Charter Club pool. So Christchurch is a great place in New Zealand for pool. Lots of variety in pool. They've got the BCA is starting tomorrow night here in Canterbury. That's played on the 9-foot tables. There's club pool, there's pub pool, there's tournaments, I think, just about every weekend from here to November, trying to squeeze in as many as they can.
I know from a snooker background that it's hard trying to schedule tournaments that don't clash with different pool events, but unfortunately sometimes you do have to schedule clashes, and players have to make up their mind what tournament they play in.
Well, you're right, Paul. I went and watched a snooker tournament. I think it was the Canterbury Open
a couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weekends ago at Woolston.
Yeah.
And I'd been there watching for about 5 minutes, and I thought, I'd like to play snooker again. I need a few more nights of the week, I think. Snooker's a great game. It's good for your pool game, actually.
Our interclub in Christchurch clashes with one of the interclub nights for pool, unfortunately. Right. So we run a Wednesday night interclub snooker, whereas we have lower grades of interclub pool on the Wednesday night here in Canterbury.
Yeah, so something's got to give, and you sometimes just got to decide which is your game that you want to play.
Exactly, and it'd be great once we. Unfortunately, snooker tables take up a lot more room than pool tables, and it's hard. It's hard to keep the clubs keeping them. I know there's a struggle all around the country. So
I know when I first started playing snooker, I came down to Christchurch from Nelson, and I played at Papanui Club, and they had 8, 9.
They had 8 tables upstairs in the old club.
It was like a dream room. That one, it was it was fantastic. But now, the Papanui Club has been completely renovated, and do they have snooker tables there?
They got 2 over at the main club. Yeah.
Oh, that's right, beside the pool tables.
Correct.
So it's really hard for snooker. I think it's unfortunately dying. As Paul said, it takes up a lot of real estate. One snooker table takes up the same space footage as 2 pool tables. So therefore, also there's not you know, you go and play pool and you might have 4 people playing on a table, but you're very rarely going to get more than 2 people playing on a snooker table. So you'll get a room like this, you've got, you know, you might fit in 8 snooker tables, but that means you've got 16 players.
And they're not so movable as
No.
like a pool table.
Yeah, you've got to dismantle the whole table.
Yeah.
And, you know, the slate,
Those big
slates are
heavy
usually in
slates.
5 pieces and they're very heavy. Yeah.
Oh,
So
so-
moving back to these games here, we've got Paul Duffy from Shirley St Albans playing against Gavin Markin from New Brighton. I understand there's quite a bit of movement around Christchurch too with some of the clubs. Shirley St Albans, is that?
That's folded, I
That's
believe.
folded.
Yeah.
And so those players, I don't know how many teams they have, but they're going to have to decide where
They're going to play out of, but
next year.
at the moment they're playing out of, I believe Shirley St Albans are playing out of Papanui
Yeah.
this year, and then obviously the teams will make up.
Yeah.
Some teams might decide they continue playing out of Papanui, others
Yeah.
might join another club. A lot of the team would stay together and move to another club, I'd say.
Yeah, and at the moment, Richmond Club has been renovated, so this year they're playing out of Woolston.
And they have been for a few years now.
And Hornby Club is playing out of Cashmere. So you go there on an inter-club night and it's sort of packed in like sardines. It's great that the other clubs are fitting everybody in, which is good. It's all about the sport and what's good for the sport. And, you know, I know Hornby's going to have 10 tables, so is this my opportunity, Paul, to give a good plug to the Hornby Club? So if there's any lonely people or lonely teams out there that haven't got a home, Hornby will be well and truly there with welcoming arms.
Yeah, I'm sure that any club will be there welcoming them, you know.
So I've already heard that, you know, one team from SAS is going over to Papanui, and then another one's thinking of going somewhere else. And as you say, Paul, it's nice if they can bring their whole team if they want to. And there's nothing stopping them. I know Hornby, for example, is not going to stop anybody. You know, you want as many pool players in your club as you can. It's good for your club champs, and it's just great for the sport. So.
Exactly. And sorry, when we were mentioning table manufacturers, we did forget about Heafy Billiards out of Waipukara.
Oh. Well, there's a new name to me. Apologies. They make these size tables, Paul. Do you know?
I'm not too sure about. I haven't heard much about them. Like we hear more about the three others that we've mentioned, but sorry, we didn't mention Heafy Billiards. But we're great to have as many manufacturers involved in our sport.
You know, more and more people are having tables at home. You know, with the drink driving, and I certainly know when COVID hit and New Zealanders had 2 days to go from level 3 to level 4, it was panic stations. I know myself, I was contacting Daryl, can you get me a table to hire? You know, my pool table's like 4 hours away or 5 hours away. So, you know, we wanted to have one in the garage, so at least in lockdown we could play some pool instead of just watching these people play it on telly. It was a bit like torture after a while.
Yeah, and there were all these different pot out tournaments and stuff that were running.
Tournaments and all sorts of things, which was great because it still kept the interest and something for people to watch. So going back here, we're still on the first frames for both tables. Barry's got an interesting out here. I think he probably wanted that one to go in. He's got 2 over the other pocket, so that would have been no effort at all to get both of those out. The first one would likely have kicked the one out of the way with the second ball, and the black's pretty much on its spot, so that's pottable anywhere. So Paul's coming in now trying to put a cat amongst the pigeons, but he's probably given away a free ball there. So Barry's just got a bit of a think now about what's the best thing to do.
And of course we've got 3 referees here this weekend, or today. Yesterday we did have 3 as well, but alternating with Peter and Ronnie was Daniel Cole yesterday, and
Nicole's in today.
Nicole's in today.
And,
Peter and Ronnie are both still
both
playing, but they're refereeing as they...
when they're not playing.
Yeah, it's great. And, of course, we've also got Barry Appleton playing in the tournament, who's also a qualified referee. So it's,
Yep. He's the ref that teaches the refs, isn't he?
oh, we just missed the end of that. Paul? Was it Paul? Yeah, so Paul taking that over Gavin. So
We've got a Paul on both tables.
yeah, and Paul Duffy we're talking about on the
Yeah.
right hand screen. Our table 1 for the room, but our table 2 when we talk. Yeah. It's a bit confusing, Claire, but you get used to it.
Oh, yeah, I'm easily confused. Paul, you should know that by now.
Yeah,
We'll have no cheeky comments from you, Corey Reid.
I think the first time I met you was at a pool. Was it snooker up in Nelson, or was it here when you came here to?
I came down here for snooker tournament.
First,
I think
yeah.
the first time I met you.
Because obviously I was running. I still do. I run the South Island Piers every year, and
Oh,
so,
yeah. I think the first tournament I played in snooker was with one of my sons, Michael.
yeah, it was. I remember.
Now, people were looking around thinking, oh, who's this old lady and young fella? Actually, we didn't do too badly, if I recall.
No, if you see on the left-hand screen, Nicole's there, just
Checking for a free ball.
Yeah, so she's got her staples out and makes the call.
Yeah, they always use a staple or 2 or sometimes even 3.
And then they've got their
Yeah.
lollipops and extensions and all sorts.
Yeah, I don't think I could be a ref. My hands would be too shaky.
Yeah.
You know, talking about young people playing, you know, that's one of my joys of this sport, is being able to play a game with my sons. One's a avid pool player, and in fact Tim and we are playing in the Nationals up in Tauranga in October, and I've played in snooker tournaments with one of my other sons, Michael. So it's a great family thing, and when you see these juniors come through, it's really nice when you see a father and son or brother and sister, or you know, it's really nice for families. It's a game that you can play till a ripe old age and still be actually really, really good at it.
As you can see with this tournament,
Yeah. Well,
as you
these
were
old
saying
codgers
earlier,
here.
there's, obviously the Masters is for the over 50s, so
Yeah.
it's great to have
I think
such a...
Stuart Duff he was from here, and he recently moved to Dunedin, and he just turned 50 last week, so he managed to sneak in.
Yeah.
So we're talking about age and everything. I've just checked with Tracy, who's our controller here. She said our oldest player today is 77. That's Ron Turner. So, I mean, that's awesome that they can still be out here playing the game and getting around the table. You know, there's a lot of people play this game that, you know, might be on crutches or... You know, it's really nice. A lot of one-eyed people, and they're not just the Cantabrians.
Yes, well, it's great. It's great to have such a quality field for at this age level, as well as just like the young fellas. There's quality all the way through in the especially in the Canterbury, well, national ranks, but Canterbury as well. There's a lot of quality.
Just because you're over 60, it doesn't mean you're not going to take out a tournament. I remember in the ladies' North Island, obviously I wasn't playing, but there were a couple of ladies there, and I think they were both 70 or hitting 70. and you know, they won a title over some of these young girls that have been representing New Zealand overseas. So it's just the old sneaky way they can play the game, and if you can play good tactics in this game, that can sometimes get you a win over somebody who's a better potter than you. It's not just about getting up and smashing the balls into the pockets. It's about playing a mind game. It's not a sprint. It can sometimes be a marathon. And you do what you have to do based on who you're playing. People say, "Oh, play the table," but I don't necessarily agree with that. I would say play the table if you're worried about your opponent, but you've got to be respectful. And I sometimes will put a ball over a pocket or try and tie a ball up or something, and that's a sign of respect to your opponent that you're going to do that. Because you know if you gave them the chance, they'll just pot out.
So apologies there, Peter had to stand right in front of your camera on the right hand side as he made his call, but sometimes the referees do have to do that to make their calls and stuff, and we've only got the one camera angle on both tables this weekend, so it is hard enough.
Nancy, I see you asking when the ladies' masters are on. I'll see if I can find out if it's definitely be confirmed. I know at a meeting the other night, as I said earlier, they were, I think the Woolston Club or the Richmond Club, who are both playing out of Woolston anyway, put their hands up to see about running it. But I don't know if that was just like we'd like to see about it or if it's definitely going to happen. So I might see if I can find someone who might be able to give us a bit more information, because I know I, for one, would like to play in the Masters. Yeah, Corey, I know, hard to believe I'm old enough to play in the Masters. But I'll just see if I can find out, actually. I'll leave you with Paul.
Thanks, Claire. Well, you shoot away. So on the left-hand screen, we'll just see Barry taking the first frame out over Paul, and so we'll just have a quick look at what's going on the right-hand screen. So it's looking, so Gavin's at the table now, he's on bigs, so they're not looking too bad. There's the one, obviously the one you got the ball down in the bottom corner here, pretty difficult, but he might be able to promote that when he pots the yellow here.
So Nancy, I've just been talking to Tracy, and the word is that the Ladies Masters is going to be on the 23rd of August, but as I said, it is to be confirmed. We need to find out from Canterbury 8 Ball if it's going to be held at the Woolston Club, and if they've got the time and the tables, and you know, we all know it costs money to run tournaments, so I think just keep an eye on the Canterbury 8 Ball page, or ask your club. Obviously as soon as it has been decided, there'll be posters out, and there'll be as much advertising as we can to get it going. I think it'd be great to have it. As far as I'm concerned, even if there's only 20 people turn up, it's still 20 people that want to play pool. So, sorry, can't give you any more information than that.
Yeah, well, it's great. As you say, if 20 people turn up and want to play, let them play.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to be encouraging people to play, not turning them away.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, I understand why it wasn't here, you know, the expense to have it another day here.
Yeah.
And the time restraints, I understand. Sadly, the juniors won't be held either, and that is a crying shame. You know, it would have been quite nice and might have even been able to run the ladies and the juniors at the same time. But I don't know. I'm not into running the tournaments. I help out where and when I can. It's up to the powers that be that run each club to decide what they can fit in. And sometimes facilities aren't available. After all, this isn't a pool hall, this is a bowling club.
With an indoor green.
Yeah, an indoor green. Pretty cool. So it's just a matter of venues availability, and you know, somebody like Tracy, who seems to run most of the tournaments, and she can't be available every weekend to run tournaments. I don't know why though, Tracy. You know, really.
She does a great job. And,
Oh, she's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
You know, her and Janet and Cheryl Lee, who do all the work, a lot of work behind the scenes for all these tournaments. You know, they spend hours and hours working on it. I know you help Cheryl Lee out yourself, Claire. And
oh yeah, I could see what's involved, and you know, it is really hard, and you know, many phone calls between all those people you mentioned, and Kerry, and everybody trying to help each other. I'd like to know where all the men are when we're organising these tournaments, Paul. Oh, you can go away, Barry. It's not all about you, Barry Appleton.
I've organised my fair share, thank you, Claire.
Barry Appleton just giving us a bit of cheek as normal, so obviously we're giving him a bit of cheek back. So we've got a game going here. Gavin and Paul look like they're chasing the black around the table. I think, you know, it's a bit of luck when it comes down to the black chasing it around. You might have a hard shot and it's like, oh, please Lord, make sure I've got an easy black. Oh, and then they'll be saying, oh yeah, I was playing for a safety shot there. Just a bit of luck. I think that's the only time I tend to overhit a ball is when I'm on the black, because it's awful leaving it hanging over the pocket of somebody else.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it. If you're going to miss it, you want to miss it.
And I hope like hell that it's going to end up somewhere awkward. So he's going to have a go at the fine cut here, or whether he's going to go around the table with the... Yeah. That's a good safety shot if the black keeps going. No, he's a wee bit short.
I think it's potable still.
It's definitely potable. I remember playing in a tournament like this, and I think it was even more difficult. A final of the Ladies South Islands, and I was playing Kerry, and anybody that's ever played Kerry or watched her play would know about her standard. And I left the shot, and I thought, oh, that's a toughie, and she went for it, nailed it. I was like, oh wow! Even I couldn't help but cheer for the great shot she had.
Just to answer your question there, Nancy, I think as long as you are a member of a club, you're generally fine for entering these tournaments. But a lot of club sections, because you have to enter, they would like you to be a member of a section.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to be a member of a section, but you just need to be a member of a club. That's my understanding, but I can go and find that out too. Yeah, so Nancy, no, you don't need to be a member of a pool section, just a member of a club. And in fact, with the Canterburys, they have different rules than the South Islands and the Nationals, and that is if you want to play with a partner from a different club, you can do so. Unlike the Nationals and South Islands, where you have to actually both be playing from the same club, and therefore one of you has to join up with your partner's club. So yes, just any club, and well, if we hear anything else today, we'll keep you posted, but I would say it's not likely that things will be confirmed today, because the club that had put their hands up to host it will obviously have to have a meeting with their committee to decide whether they can run it. But I really hope they do. So back to the games, we've got Paul now, he's up 2-0, and Barry Henderson's up 1-0 against Paul.
So it looks like a very ugly black position there.
Yes, and it's always a bit nervy when you've got your last ball to play. Oh no, that's the one ball. So he's on the black there, it's stuck right in the middle. It's like, do I just tap it and go for the old free ball, or can I get a wick off something? It might come off that 7 and run towards that pocket, just like that. But therefore now he's opened it up. There's a clearance just sitting there for you, and it's like, oh, that's exciting. But sometimes your nerves, you get a bit excited. I know.
You start hitting them too hard.
Yeah, the only tricky ball really is I would say would be that 3. Is that the 3 there? Colours sometimes it's a bit hard to tell. Not as bad as I remember when I was young, as a kid, I used to watch snooker on telly. It was called Pop Black, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, and we were watching it on a black and white telly. I tell you what, it's really hard to watch snooker on a black and white telly. But we'd still watch it, we'd be glued to the TV.
And to be honest, I think snooker was actually designed for colour TV. Like, when they first come out, so they could actually people could see the different colours that a TV could actually
pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a couple of people I know up in Nelson Way, they're colourblind, and you'd be playing them and they'd always have to ask you where the brown was, because to them the brown looked like a red ball, so you'd always be saying there's a brown, and
yeah, there's a lot of colourblind players that they do have to ask those sort of questions.
And then there's a lot of blind players too, I reckon, Paul. Sometimes I'm a bit blind in the game.
So there you go.
So there's a nice
Paul
black.
Duffy takes that one
Game
out.
over.
So we'll transfer over.
So we've got Barry and Paul playing here. So here's this frame that's the pressure's on. As I said, I think the 3 ball, he might be able to stun across here for this 3. Although if he takes the 2 after this, he'll be on for the 3. Whoa! I'd say he was probably hoping to be on the 2 there. And he's just gone a little bit too far. So his only option now is to probably play the 5 ball and just leave a safety option, or he might double it down inside that black. I know he's going for safety. In or out, it's not so bad. He'll want it to hang there.
Yeah, not bad there.
It's blocked one pocket for a possible double there for Barry.
Next game on live streaming table 1 will be Desmere Cashmere, Tom McNaught Hornby, table 1 please.
So there we noticed Des is playing out of Kashmir, they're clear.
Yeah. Des, he'd be one of my picks for this tournament. Des has won national titles. He's a great player. So Barry there had no choice. He sort of just clipped the black off the back cushion. It's gone a bit to the right hand cushion, but that's not really an issue. You always want it on the long cushion if you've got a ball on a cushion. Oh, is that going in the pocket? Oh, that's frustrating. So I would say with Barry's skills, he's going to take the 5, so the free ball just to get a bit closer to the black. Just run up kind of past the middle pocket. Give himself a much shorter shot. Only concern normally is if you're going to go in off.
So coming up on the right-hand screen will be Des Blair versus Tom McNaught. So the game's just racking up. We'll transfer you over there very shortly.
Yep, that's another frame for Barry. Another reason you sometimes take those free balls, obviously you want to get a closer shot on the black, but also if you do miss your black, you want to eliminate their easiest ball on the table, a ball that they can use as a positional ball. So over here on the right-hand screen, we've got Des Blair playing out of Kashmir, but definitely not living around Kashmir, and Tom McNaught from Hornby. So Barry's up 2-0. He's on the hill now. Nice little gentle shot there to establish your set. You know, with the black where it is, it's definitely the ball of choice, the set of choice.
Steve Collier, Cashmere, Crestport, Richmond, table 14.
It's a nice little combination shot there from Tom. Use this 5 ball to come up round the other end of the table. He's just got the 1 ball there and the 1 by the black. Ooh. You sure he must be going to go into this bottom left-hand pocket for this 1, I'd say. He hasn't really got many options here. And we might just try and put it down near the... Yeah, he's going for that option. Lucky there he didn't kind of open that up a little bit more and have the black available to pot, because Des has certainly got the skills to clean up a table. So on the other table, Barry and Paul's game, a big cluster of balls there, which requires a bit of work to get on. Break them over. Always look at the opportunity of breaking out a ball. Gonna try and get the 6 here. Yeah, that's a great shot. It's always a little bit unpredictable with where the white's going to go when you're playing a 3-ball combination. Nice shot there from Des. Probably quite relieved that other ball didn't fall down the pocket. He'll be looking at a way of how he's going to get that black out of there, break them open. Got to get the 9 in the middle now and trickle down and oh, that was the shot to open it up. And just sometimes you just take your eye off the pot and concentrate too hard on where you want the white ball to go. So now it's open now for Tom to... He's still got the 1 ball, which is going to be really tricky. Might play a little screw back and might have to send the one up the top left-hand corner if it's on. I can't quite see if it's on from this angle. Yeah, or he might play the double. Just can't quite see if it's going to go past that 10. He's having a good look there now. I don't think it'll go up the top. Yeah, looks like he's going up for the top. Oh, that's a great pot. That's a really good shot.
Good play there from Tom. He's a handy wee player in both snooker and pool, so...
Yeah. And just nice weight down here. Doesn't have to do anything fancy. Oh, that's a great finish. Great finish, Tom.
You're finding it hard sitting there, Claire, and trying to focus on both matches, but you end up looking at one in particular.
You do, and then all of a sudden you look over, oh, that game's nearly finished.
Yeah. It's not easy. Generally, I'm sitting here just trying to watch both, but because I'm trying to do scores and stuff.
Yeah, you are, and then you look up and start watching the game on a different table.
Yeah. But so I do. You will notice I'll pop in and out because I'm dealing with the scores and stuff.
Obviously, we've got to
update everything.
Update the names on the next table, and Tracy's sorting out some good matches for you all to view. Although, to be honest, they're all good matches to view at this stage.
Yeah,
So I don't know where we're at with the plate round or the trophy round. We're at the semi-finals yet. I might just check with Tracy and see who the players are that are still playing in that event.
So yes, just confirming they are up to the semi-finals in the trophy or plate event, as people will know. But Claire will find out who's playing who. And they started at 8:45 this morning, so they're getting through pretty well. But they obviously, with a smaller field than last weekend, it's easy to push them through, and they can be finished by just after lunch sort of thing, and it allows them to be able to enjoy their afternoon watching pool. So don't forget to give us a subscribe there and get notified when we do go live at any point. Welcome back, Claire.
All right, I've just got an update, Paul, on the trophy event. So soon they'll be putting out the semi-finalists and that. So Craig Roberts from Cashmere is playing Brent Appleton from Richmond, And then they'll have Tom Safara from the SAS Club playing Stuart Duff, who's actually from Dunedin, but he's playing out of Cashmere as well. So I think they'll be going out shortly.
I think you'll notice. That a lot of the players will be have been playing out of Cashmere that join from different clubs, different areas. Cashmere seems to be opening their door to a lot of the players from out of town.
Oh, it's
I've
great.
noticed.
They'll give them a month membership or something. It's great because it's hard if you've got to pay a full membership for a club for a year, and when you've already played one at home. So I've just checked with Tracy, and she's going to put the semi-final games for the trophy on the 2 TV tables next, which I think is really great. They've worked hard to get to the semi-final position, so we'll get them on the TV tables after these 2 matches.
Great to see our semi-finals of our plate as well, and we'll probably see the final, I'd say, as well.
Yeah, I think Tracy will probably put that on the TV table, so if you get to the final you deserve to, it doesn't matter whether you're in a trophy or a flight or you've played a lot of pool to get there.
I know last weekend we didn't get the tier 3 final in the end onto the streaming table. We had tier 2.
Letitia.
Yeah, we had tier 2 and tier 1, obviously.
I think Letitia would have been mortified if she knew she was on the TV table.
But yeah, we did, as I say, we had tier 2 and tier 1, which
there were a lot of games to play last week, and it was a quality field. And it's always nice to see the top players in the country. I think if nothing else, it inspires those that are watching or upcoming players to see the big guns playing. So with all our talking, Paul and I just took our. You guys at home will know who won that last frame between Des and Tom. So Paul's just gone to just double check the score. So it's 1 each. As I said, you guys at home would know that we're watching, pay more attention than Paul and I.
So sometimes it's hard when you
you're looking around at this.
Yeah. We've got 3 screens in front of us. Like, I know Claire's generally looking at 2 screens. I'm trying to look at 3 screens.
And then people are coming up to you and saying things, and you're looking at the comments that are coming in as well. And next one, that frame's done. Who won that?
And we get off topic a lot too.
Yeah, we do.
But hey, you can't always talk about the games. There is others, and even John gets quite a bit of topic when he's commentating. So
he gets into politics, doesn't he, Paul?
All sorts of things. So.
John the voice, yep.
It's great. It's great to have people like John who put the time and effort in.
And he's got such good knowledge of the game. As I said last week, I played him. It was like a game of chess. It was amazing match.
It looks like Paul might have got the frame over
Barry.
So that's now 2-1 to Barry. And
back on to watching Des and Tom's match. Des at the table, having a good look around the table, seeing what he's going to do. Tom's left him in a really tricky situation here. Just double across, push that 14 closer to the pocket. It goes in, well and good, and if it doesn't, well, there you go. Yeah. And leave that length and a shot for Tom to play. It's always great to leave as much distance as you can between the cue ball and the object ball. They say the hardest shot on the table is when the white's at one end and actually when the target ball's in the middle of the table. So you've got equal space between the target ball and the pocket and the cue ball. So Tom's here and he's on overs. I think too bad he might be able to. Just missed the pocket there. I'm not too sure if that 15 will push past the 5. He might just be able to get a little rub around that pocket. Yeah, obviously he's going to be doing something here. It's a cheeky little double kiss there.
Just for those that are wondering, when about last week's video for day 2, why it's not currently available online. There's a bit of an issue with YouTube blocking our video due to a copyright issue from the music. We are trying to work on that, but sometimes it gets quite hard when you're trying to deal with that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And at the moment we're looking at maybe even removing the whole audio from that day just to be able to have the pool online.
Yeah, I must admit I went to have a look. Everybody that knows me knows I'm a fanatic about pool, and as soon as I got home on the Saturday night, the first thing I did is went and had a look. I wanted to look at one of the matches I'd played and see where I went wrong and see where I went right and see where I had a bit of luck and see where I had a lot more luck. I was going to do the same. A friend of mine asked me, to help her with her game, and so I went and watched one of her matches, and so it's quite good to analyse your own game, and it's good too if you've been playing and you've missed another game that's you think, oh, I'd really like to watch that game, 2 great players, and so you can go back and watch that live stream, and you can watch it a week down the track, a month down the track next year.
Yeah.
And that's awesome to see.
99% of our videos are still available online. There's just a couple that are blocked that we are working on, but
do you have a time that they go off after a certain next time, Paul?
I don't believe so. I believe
there.
they're like, if you look, I'll show you clear. We can go right back to the beginning of the channel,
beginning of all time,
and see that our first stream, that we did is coming up. Well, I'm just bringing up on the screen in front of us.
Oh, that's a great shot there.
But like,
wow, that's a great shot there from, I think it's Paul there playing.
Our first stream that's up there was the 2018 Alan Cowan Open day 2. So, but once again, those first couple are blocked, so you can't actually see
yes, they are.
because of the copyright claims that we are working on. I'm slowly, in my free time, going through when I can and removing those bits of music. It is YouTube are great. They've got usually able to remove the music video, so it's great. But as you can see, there's a lot of things. There's the National 8 Ball from 2018
Funnily enough,
on there.
Paul, I can remember, and I've been playing pool I think about 13 years now. Back then they didn't have music when you were playing pool, and when it started there was a lot of talk about it's distracting and everything, especially from those that played snooker. The precious snooker players, we got to look after them. It's like you're playing pool now, guys.
There's
it's great atmosphere.
There's that talk in snooker as well about what do we do to make it a bit more lively, because the room, you walk into a snooker room and
you feel like you can't say boo.
It's very stale.
Yeah, you put your drink on the table and everybody looks at you because you made a noise.
Yeah.
Keep it interesting, and it keeps people a bit more relaxed. I think actually the first time they might have really started pushing it was for the juniors, and they wanted the music really loud and really pumping music, and then some of the old farts had come along and it's like, oh God, what's the music playing for? We don't want that. Oh, it's great.
It is great. It's not good for our live streaming, but it's good. It's great. We're trying. As you notice, I'm only got the sound on one camera, which is the furthest away from the music. But yes, we are trying to make it better, for a better experience for you guys.
So now we've got Des on the hill and Barry's on the hill. So, that's a great break, but I think it's a dry break. Not too sure. Does something go down the pocket?
Something must have, because Tom hasn't moved. So
that's right. There's 14 balls there. Quickly had a quick count there.
I was.
So probably going to go. Well, my choice would be perhaps. You got that 7 ball, so you're kind of looking that maybe, or is it 4 ball? No, it's a 4. That's kind of perhaps your trickiest ball on the table, so overs might be a little bit more preferential. The 2's been blocked as well by an over, so sometimes it's just hard to get that first ball just to get your set established. Des is looking at the unders here. Yeah. Oh, that's a great shot, Des. There's one of the problem balls out of the way already. Sometimes it's just too easy. I think that's one of Alan Cowan's famous sayings, too easy.
And as we say, it was great to be able to, for his memory last weekend, it was, and all those shirt sales, I think Paul was very surprised, Paul and that were very surprised at how many sold.
I think 60-something shirts were sold, and it was nice because $18 from every shirt went to the Motor Your Own. And I think it was probably $2,000 was raised that weekend for that fantastic. That in itself is a good memory for Alan and everything he did for this game. The programs that man wrote are just insanely good. Just absolutely fantastic. And you've got options for everything you can think of. Every option that might come up in a pool tournament.
So is that the programs that Tracy and that are using? That oh, wow, it's great
you
to
dump it all in and it just spits it all out at the other end, and it runs everything right through the rest of the game, and you know it's incredible. He had a great mind while he had lots of time lying there. To think, and he did it for the good of Paul, which we all know Al loved.
Like personally, I only met him after
he was
diagnosed, and so I didn't know him very well, but there was obviously around Canterbury he was known very well, and
everyone that knew Al loved Al. He always had a smile on his face right to the end too, as a tribute to the type of man he was. Oh, Tom. Oh, and he's left it down there for Des to get on that 5, come back for the 4. He's got the 2 covered a bit now, so it's a 3 ball, not a 5. Ooh. It's a surprise that Des missed that. Tom's coming up to the table now, probably trickle that 12 down. In or over. It's not going to be bad. Des is going to double. Will he look at doubling this inside that bottom left pocket? Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's got to do something about that pocket to try and get his. It's a 6 ball, is it, or the 2 ball? Hard to tell on the screen. It's a 6 ball by the look of it. Again, my love for the reds and yellows. You just say that red one or that yellow one. Oh, there's a good shot. They ended up turning this open frame. I think when it was broke, it was a good open frame, and now they're tying it all up again. Yeah,
when Des got those 2 off the break and was able to, it was nice and open. It did look like it was going to be pretty quick, but now it's very tight.
That's a good shot there. All over the pocket, locked up the black for that pocket. That's obviously the most obvious pocket for the black ball to go into. So now Tom's just got to work at how he's going to. Oh.
I'm just looking at the other table, and Paul seems to be podding all right too.
He might get this 2 all here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good shot.
That's not
nice
bad. It gives them a fairly straight. Yeah. Just a little bit of angle.
A little bit of an angle, but it's not tricky.
There you go. Hill.
Great hill there now for Paul and Barry. That's a good comeback from Paul. He was down 2-0. So we've got a little bit of cat and mouse going over here with Tom and Des. Dee's just set that ball over the pocket. He didn't want to sink that because that's the other pocket for the black.
Give me 2 seconds.
So,
Just
oh, that's better. I can see the colours now, Paul.
just while they're racking that hill, we'll just switch over.
I'll just go see Tracy and Susan up next. I think we're going to have the semi-final matches on.
Charlie Schooner, Kashmir.
But yeah, it's still hill, so she'll come and see us shortly and give us the matches when she's going to spin them out. But here we go. Looks like about to break for the final frame.
Oh, yep. Tom's got to do a bit of thinking here. Probably going to kick that 15 out. Yep, first. The middle. Oh, that was a close shot. Now I think Diaz is going to probably try and come up the back, off the back cushion here and get that 5 and the 6 out. You know, now's the time to do it while he's got those 2 top pockets covered. He's a bit unlucky there not to have popped the 5 out as well, but...
Alima Pinelli, Shillison Corbins, Liz Mitchell.
They can see that, yeah.
So you see it's just next weekend. We've got the Canterbury 8-ball pairs, so there's a ladies event and a men's event.
Or open event.
Oh, open event, that's true. The ladies can choose to play in the open if they wish to. Obviously they can't play in both, even if it is on different weekends, which it normally is. They still can only play in one or the other, which I think is actually 100% fair.
Yeah, because to me they shouldn't be able to play in the open and then turn around and potentially win the ladies. You know.
Actually, I was discussing the whole ranking issue, and I know everybody's always got their own 2 bob or 10 bob or $50,000 to talk about rankings, but you know, when you're doing a ranking for a tournament, like last week, for example, we had the Alan Cowan tournament. Now, if you look at the rankings, the women have got more tournaments that they have ranking points, so it makes them look like they're actually a number 2 when in an open tournament they should be a number 4 or even a 5 sometimes.
Yeah.
And so it's a bit distorted. And in my view, and my view only, I daren't say anything should or shouldn't be done. But you know, I believe if you've got an open tournament, only open tournament rankings should be used, and it then slots everybody in where they should be against those particular pool of players.
Yeah.
But everybody's got their views on the length of time. You know, you have someone, for example, look last week, Simon Singleton came and played in the Alan Cowan tournament. He's undoubtedly ranked number 1 or 2 in the country, and he didn't have a ranking for the tournament.
Yeah. So
Did anybody want him as a number 5 or 6 in the essential? I think not.
You've got it. And myself, having done rankings for snooker tournaments, they're clear. It's hard. You can't just put players like
as a number 1.
Yeah.
You can't put him as a number 5 or 6. That's ridiculous.
It is different in the snooker world. They do keep them in the ranking tournaments at their number where they, like, if they're an unranked player, they go in the unranked position.
And then it's pretty hard when you end up with number 2. You could end up with 2 or 3 effective number 1s.
Yeah.
You can have somebody that's an ex-champion and he has a break for a couple of years, and next minute he's a number 6.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty rude. So getting back here, we've got still got this match, cat and mouse. Des managed to get both his balls out there earlier, you would have seen. You know, I don't think this is too hard for Tom to... He's kind of just didn't hit that quite hard enough. He's got a thin on the 9 or a thin on the 14. Are you going for the 9? Come round for the 14, then head down the table. And his last ball, which I think is the 15 ball. He's got a little angle to come around here. Just has to be just mindful and doesn't sneak himself behind that 6. You know, it's like, do I take the risk and hit it hard and come around like he did there, just, you know, too far? But if you don't go far enough, you risk snookering yourself. So I'm not too sure where he'll go. I don't think the doubles back into the middle pocket. Oh, actually it might be. We'll soon find out, I guess. Oh, no, going for the thin cut. And he's left that open now for Des just to come in. Easy. Hot. Well, I shouldn't say easy. He's playing off the cushion, which is always a bit of a... Always sits in your mind that you're off the cushion, you're scared you're going to top the ball and run over it, or or foul. But you know, the angle, he doesn't have to do anything tricky there. He just pop the 5 in the middle, run across the middle for the 6, and either, depending on where he ends up with this after this ball, the black up the top left or into that middle pocket as well. Looks like he's going to be going into a stun across here, and black into the middle pocket again, probably. Same pocket he's put the 6 in. Yeah, nice little stun across. Easy pop to the middle for Des. And that will see him into the next round. Well done, Des Blair. So back to Barry and Paul. They're having a bit of a tactical battle here too. A lot of thinking going on here. I think Barry's on the overs. So he's got this bottom pocket covered, which is always a good place to have a ball when they've got 2 others sitting there. 6 and the 4, that's an obvious place that their balls are going to go into that same pocket he's blocked. So Barry's looking at how they're going to get these 2 off the left-hand side. You know, if the 12 wasn't there, obviously the 13, it's 13, maybe the 11. Oh yeah, it's 11. We'll run down, no, he's going for that 11. Play it onto the 12 maybe. 11's always there to run down into this bottom left pocket. So it's a big pocket there with that 3 sitting
The
there.
next game on live streaming table 1 will be the semi-final of the
Lucky there's
play-in.
no ref around to give him a time foul.
Brent Appleton, Richmond. Craig Roberts, Cashmere.
Oh, I think you'll be a bit disappointed with that shot.
Live streaming table 1 for your semi-final.
Oops, I'm changing the wrong match.
So Paul trying there to get those balls out of the way there while you can. Yeah,
Sorry.
While
I've made a...
Barry hasn't finished, he's back again.
No,
Well, Barry needs to break those balls out now, because then that gives him a bit more power over the game, I guess. While he's got those two balls sitting there tied up together, Paul's got a wee bit of time to get his balls out. And you see he got the last ball out, and you get an opportunity to get the 6 out. That's a nice shot. Oh, I think he would have liked to be on that 12 then, but he's got some options. He's got the 10 or the 13, and he'd come over for the 10. 12, come over for the 14. There's a clearance there if he can. You know, there's always more than one way to skin a cat, and there's certainly more than one way to do an 8-ball clearance too. But you know, you could go 13, 10, 12, 14 down here, and pop the 14 and the 8. So it'll naturally come over for the 10 if he's... Oh, so you've got great posse there, but you know, often you know where you need to go, and then you take your eye off the pot. And you see that so many times, even sometimes on an easy pot, you're too worried about where the white ball's going to be, and you just take your eye off the ball for a bit. Paul, he can probably trickle the 7 in here, then 1 down inside the 13. Just going to just mind that 6 ball. It's still a tricky ball for him. He's probably, that's not a good posse. He's a bit straight on this one. This is going to be a big screw back here, is he? Yep. How's his luck? His trouble is he's walked the 13 up the table, which is not... If he can get this 3, and he might be able to then double the 6 back into that same pocket. Oh, he's going to do it now, is he? Or he's going to... Oh, he needed that to be on that cushion to block that 12. So just Barry might have, does he take the big shot now? Go for that 10. Just got to play a confident shot, because if he doesn't get the 10, it's could be game over. So starting here on the other table now, we've got the first of the semi-finals for the trophy event. Brent Appleton from Richmond playing Craig Roberts from Cashmere. Played Craig last week. He's a real jet on and off the table. Nice solid player. is Barry going for this 10? If he can nail this. Oh, interesting. Giving away a free ball here, I'd say. I doubt that he can get past that for the 6. Certainly Paul's having a good look to see if it's a free ball, but I think it's... Yeah, Barry's giving him the nod. Yes, free ball. Now open up this pocket. And it should be game over. I'm sure that black's on for that pocket. Oh, that's a big miss there. So Barry now, he's got that opportunity to, that pocket down here is open. You know, sometimes players will look at the stage when they've still got some balls. You know, it just depends how confident they're feeling of blocking up a pocket. You know, the balls are sitting nice enough that he could just pop out here. Oh, he's playing gentle. I think he might be thinking about blocking that pocket. Yeah, that's a good shot. Just depends how confident you're feeling, if you think you can pot out, and where the opposition's balls are too. You know, if that 12 had gone down the pocket and Barry missed his next shot, well then it could be game over. So we've got a little tippy-tappy game going on here. Paul's just pushed that 3 ball a little bit closer to the pocket. And I think it'll probably sneak him behind that 12, or he can play the gap to get the 12 in there and to get the 3 inside that 12. And also he's left Barry hampered, so he's got to play over the top. Barry will be reluctant to take the 12 at this stage. I think it's partially blocking the pocket for the black. Oh, you don't want to hit that black. Oh! That's a bit unfortunate, but I think there a lot Barry was probably looking at where the white ball was going to go. You know, I think that's a really important part of this game. If you don't know where that white ball's going to go, it's just a big guessing game. And he's trying to make this difficult. Oh, that's unlucky. That's really unlucky. But he might still have that pocket blocked a little bit. You know, if I was playing now, I'd be getting rid of one on the right-hand side and giving yourself an opportunity to kind of come in from that 14 ball, is it? Oh, I don't know actually. I think it might be the 12. I know Barry's going to go down there for the 12. Just trickle it behind. He might be able to just... It's hard to tell from here exactly how close it is. Oh, I took it as a free ball. Of course he did. What was I thinking? That was a good shot.
Seems so much more relaxed this weekend than last weekend when you had so many tables to...
Oh, yeah.
Just saying there to Tracy that it's a lot more relaxed than it was last weekend, and it is because she doesn't have so many players to try and...
How many players have we got here at the tournament? Was it 80-something players?
What was it, 13 sections of 6?
13, 6, oh yeah.
Yeah, something, yeah.
9 years, so just short of 80 players. So, yeah, and last week we had 145 and a lot of spectators coming in and out too, so it was massive.
Yeah,
massive days, but so well run by Tracy. She keeps them all on the ball, and last week when you got a big tournament, she did the exact thing she should do, and that's always had some people on standby. So there was no dilly-dallying. If somebody was out having a quick smoke or getting a drink or whatever, they were ready to go straight on the table, so there was no wasted time, and that's how you run a good tournament. She's got them all organised, keeping everybody going. Great skill. So Brent and Craig here, they're playing to get into the final of the trophy event. And Barry and Paul are coming to the end of their nitty-gritty frame they've had. You know, Barry's at the table, so as far as I'm concerned, he's winning at this stage because he's at the table. Even if the balls aren't looking too good, if you're at the table, you're winning. At least you've got an opportunity, Huey.
Yeah, you've got the opportunity. You've got the first opportunity to win,
exactly.
Don't you? If you're at the table.
Yeah. You know, it's like they say, your hardest shot is always your first shot to the table, whether it be after the opponent's turn, because you know you haven't put yourself there. After that, you've only got yourself to blame if you got a shit shot on.
you look around the room, there's a few drinks flowing and people
Yeah.
enjoying themselves, you know, it's great.
A few less drinks than last weekend, though, I can tell you.
Yeah,
I don't think the club's probably sold as many Heinekens as they did last week. Oh, am I allowed to say that on telly?
it was great.
Yeah, Al's favourite drink was the old Heineken, and
I made sure I had one during the weekend for.
yeah, a lot of people had a beer for Al, and the bowling club had to keep going up and getting more Heinekens and more Heinekens, and
Well, they were warned, so.
yeah, they were actually.
Yeah, but yeah, they are.
Nice to have a drink. A lot of people like to have a drink before they play it. Makes them feel a bit relaxed. I, for one, don't ever drink when I'm playing pool. That's just my choice. I'm not a big drinker, so I think if I did have a couple of drinks, I'd be playing like a right idiot. Even more of an idiot than I usually play pool. So Brent there was trying to put that 7 inside the 13.
Barry potting for the win, or.
Oh yeah, here's Barry going. Oh, he's
Got it,
I thought he'd missed that. Great win there for Barry. That takes him through to the next round. And I think on this table now we'll have the other semi-final of the trophy event. See, Craig now he's 13 here. I don't know. He'll probably move the 8 and click. Oh, that's a good shot. Whoa! Obviously, just setting up the 8 for the final when he gets on it. So he's got a very tricky shot now because I think he might just be able to get past that 1 for the 9. I'm not too sure. But if he can't, he could squeeze that over there off the 1 and it'll come down to this bottom pocket. Yeah. Yeah, so that was actually 2 benefits of that. He had his ball obviously close to the pocket and he was pushing the 1 over there towards the pocket that he's already blocked up. So Brent's got a bit of work to do here to open this up. Sometimes it's good to go sooner rather than later. That's what he's looking at. He's trying to see if he can get that in there.
Is that the
Two's
other
not an
semi?
easy ball. You got to watch the in off if he goes up to the top. And if he goes for the middle, it's a very, very fine cut. And you have a very fine cut, you lose the white. So unless he plays it safe, it's hard to play
Papanui?
safe. Oh, that's a great shot.
Sorry.
That was a really good shot. Is he going to get rewarded? No, he's not, unfortunately. He'll have to come off the back cushion.
Tom Safara. S-O-F-A-R-A. Right, the next live streaming game on table 2 will be the other semi-final of the trophy event.
These boys are playing dangerously with this
Tom
black ball.
Safara, Shirley St Albans, live streaming semi-final on table 2, please.
So Craig here should be, might be able to clean up from here. Just getting the angle is what he needs on this 11 without hitting the 7. So he needs to be pretty close. He needs to get over to fairly close to that left-hand cushion so he can just nick it. Oh, going that way first. Oh yeah, overshot it a bit. So he might have to go for this very fine cut into the middle. Good shot. Career into that yellow, which wouldn't be all bad. Oh, nice.
Just remember, players, when you need a referee, put
it's
your
got
hand
a
up
good
and yell
angle
at ref. Don't just stand there with your hand up. They don't always have eyes in the back of
He's
your
going to
head.
have a hard shot in the black, probably. That's okay. That's a good shot. Pull that back nicely.
Tracy just laying down the law to the players about when they require the referees to make sure they put their hand up and yell out for a referee instead of just standing there.
Oh yeah, sometimes they think the referees are looking around at every single table. Wow. Well, they yell out ref and don't put their hand up.
We're lucky we got 3 referees on the floor, but
So that was a good finish there for Craig. Sometimes a straightforward finish sometimes isn't as straightforward as it looks. You get a little bit nervous and you overrun a ball and then you're out of position for the next one and then you've got to do a little bit of hard work or you overrun again and you make hard work out of it for yourself. Oops. So we're away now. We've got Tom Savara from Shirley St Albans playing Stuart Duff playing out of the Cashmere Club. So Stuart actually was just 50 last week, I understand. So he's just snuck in. I told him I was surprised. I didn't think he looked a day over 65. Tom, a real hard case and gentleman of the game, I understand.
No,
So didn't get a big spread with the break there with Stuart and Tom. So there's going to be a lot of work to do to break balls out and get good posse or leave it safe, or the big ones are definitely the best set. Ooh, not left a good posse there. The 14's up on for the top, but it's a big shot and unpredictable really where the white's going to go, because he's got to hit it fairly finely and with a bit of speed. It's the shot he's going for, because he really hasn't got much else on. That's unlucky. Oh, that was a great pot. Very, very unlucky. Most people wouldn't even look at that option that the white was going to go in off in the middle. Very unlucky there, Tom. The pot was exceptionally good. Craig there on the other table playing a little sneaky shot to block up that pocket and try and get control over that pocket, where Brent's got 3 balls sitting around there. Left a bit of a gap and an opportunity for Brent to get the 10 ball in there when he can get position. In fact, Brent might be actually trying it now.
sorry.
Pretty fine from that angle. Just give it a rub. Oh, he got the pot, but I think he was probably being quite happy if that had a sat there really, or if it at least pushed the 6 out of the way. Again, he's looking at the next ball, another opportunity to do exactly the same thing.
Sorry there, Claire. I was just busy answering a text from the boss, Daryl. He keeping an eye on how things are going.
Is
and
he complaining about the service we're
No,
getting today, Paul?
great. No, he's just checking in, making sure that everything was going okay today. And
Yeah, so that's Daryl from On Cue.
he's good.
Always in the game when he's not here. He's not a player himself, or maybe he is, but he's just really bad at it. And that's actually his words, not mine. I think he's got a table at home, which is doubles up as a dining room table. But his love is in making the tables, and I've seen his little factory he's got in Montreal Street.
Yeah.
He moved there fairly recently, and he's got a great setup there and a couple of guys,
Yeah, he's got a great team, and for what he's done for the game here in Christchurch is amazing.
Just incredible. Top guy.
So there are people that we need to thank, Claire, and that's obviously the big ones being Daryl and Sue Chambers.
Yep.
Shane Brecken, who's helped get the streaming gear up and running, and helps with a lot of the background stuff, making sure that the stream is ready for me to turn on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. Then there's the Canterbury 8 Ball Association, who have put on all these tournaments. Tracy, who sits there just about every tournament and runs a great tournament.
Yep.
Janet and Cheryl Lee and Murray Davies all put their time and effort into these tournaments and the background.
All behind the scenes, and people really, most of these players in this room would have absolutely no idea what's involved in the backgrounds of getting the tournament set up and doing the rankings and the draws and getting the tables in. I love Tracy does an amazing job, and Tracy wears a t-shirt, she's the boss, and it says on the back of her t-shirt, what I say goes.
And that's true.
You don't mess with Tracy. Everyone knows it. Just ask Glenn. Tracy plays pool, and she's a handy little pool player, but her love is running the tournament. She loves doing them, and she does such an amazing job of it.
And has for a few years now.
Yeah.
And the players respect her as an organiser. And she puts them straight. If they don't if they don't like it, she'll
tell them.
tell them straight.
Yeah, and so she should, because she knows what she's doing. If there's any little hiccups, she'll get them sorted out.
As you see there, hand going up on the left-hand screen for a referee. So
Yep,
we'll
and it's
see.
good. The referee puts the hand up straight away too, so that they can see that she has acknowledged that they require a ref. So that's in Stuart and Tom's game. Obviously calling to see if it's a free ball, maybe on the overs. Yeah, and we've got a bird's eye view down here. My view is, I would say it's not a free ball. What are you thinking, Paul? If you look on this screen here, it's a bit bigger, but actually, if you look over to the left, Paul, we've got a bird's eye view. If Ronnie, the referee, would move out of the way.
Yeah, and Peter's got to walk right.
You've got a great view right down that table. But it's amazing. We're looking from the ball end towards the white.
Ronnie's having a good look himself from a distance.
From the white ball end, because it's amazing how different the view can be. So Nicole's there placing her staples, and she might end up having to put one beside the 3 ball as well, in the middle of the table.
And Ronnie's just gone over.
And then you just take a view to see what you can see. Ronnie's gone over to have a look too. Nicole, I understand, is a trainee ref. Got a few of them coming through, which is great.
Nicole's been around for a couple of years now, so she's
pretty much knows what she's doing.
Yeah, but
yeah,
you know,
and you can ask for a second opinion too. With the trainee refs, you can.
Yeah, Ron and Peter, they do a great job at training and helping these referees that are coming through.
But you need some more refs, especially the young ones. You know, a Masters tournament like this, and the refs want to go and play if they're in that age bracket, so it's nice if the young ones can come in and do their bit to help out.
And it's great, like yesterday, as we say, we had Daniel Cole as a referee.
Yeah, I think he's probably too hungover today to be here, to be honest. I asked him if he was coming back, and I'm not sure he had too much sleep the night before. But Daniel's got a great knowledge of the game. He's always up there or thereabouts, and when it comes down to the nitty-gritty end of the tournament.
And he plays all those forms you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
the
he
different
does.
forms. He was telling me next weekend, which clashes with our peers, obviously. There's the national, is it 9 and 8, 9 ball and 10 ball?
Up in Auckland.
9 and 10 ball, is it, Claire?
Yes, so they play the 9 and the 10 ball together in Auckland for the nationals. So they have the women's events and the men's events running together. And then the national 8 ball, this is on the 9-foot tables, the national 8 ball for the NZPA is held in Dunedin. Labour weekend every year, and that's run in association with the Interprovincial. So the Interprovincial, currently there's 3 areas. There's the Auckland, the APA, there's the Pool Canterbury, and that's run out of, they've got some rooms, it's small but it's tidy and clean, the good tables up there, up above Excellence Billiards in Sanassa Street. And they're starting the BCA League tomorrow night. I'll be playing on that. And then there's the Dunedin Pool Association. So they have an interprovincial competition, friendly but not really very friendly. You know how it goes, Paul. And they run that on the Friday night, and then on the Saturday and Sunday they run the National 8 Ball. So they get good numbers for that. Not as many, certainly not as bigger fields as the Charter Club pool get, and that's quite interesting. I think, you know, from what I've been told years ago, there was more 9 ball played than 8 ball, and it sort of comes around and swings, and now there seem to be a lot more people going into the 9 ball. I think there's opportunities overseas for young people in 9 ball, and the big BCA tournament that they have, and you know the winning team gets a trip to Vegas to play. I mean, whoa, we don't get anything like that in our Charter Club pool, do we, Paul?
At the moment, though, it's a bit hard for those sort of trips. Given the current,
nobody's going to America at the moment.
We all know that, it's been out there in the pool community that Matt Edwards when he came back, he actually had COVID
And
when he
COVID.
came back from
So that was
over
the
in the
big
US.
BCA tournament that they have there. It runs for 10 days, and the tournament I was saying about the winning team gets a trip to Vegas. That was that tournament, and it runs over 10 days, and they have pairs and singles, and you play within your grades, and there's teams events, and every hour on the hour they run another tournament. There's like 55,000 members of the World BCA, so they get a few people there.
Yeah,
So he came back, and it was right when it was just hit America. So he came back, and he actually did a blog about his illness. He came back and he was in the caravan or spare room or something, and like a prisoner having his food delivered at the door. And then it was only a matter of, I don't know how many weeks later that his firstborn came along, arrived on the scene. So him and Mulrooney are amazing players. Mulrooney will take any man down, and she did. She won the North Island. This year there weren't enough women to hold a North Island women's event, so they said, well, if you want to play, I think they have to have 8. They have to play against the men, and so Mulrooney did, and she took them all down and out and won the title. Just amazing, and she won it on a jump shot on the black. It was absolutely phenomenal. I've played Mulrooney in finals before. She's amazing, really amazing player, respectful, and just great couple. Their kids are going to be amazing players, I tell you.
I thought we'd missed the frame, but
so Craig and Brent are just having a wee break there.
I thought we'd must have missed a few frames. But
all this talking, distracted by everything else that's going on
no,
in the world.
it is 1-1.
So we're back now into the third frame. So down to best of 3. Oh, are they playing?
It's
Just
best of 5 still.
Oh, it's still best of 5.
It's a race to 3, as you see.
Stuart and Tom are getting down to the nitty gritty of their first frame. It looks like Tom's on the black. Funny, you look down there and the table's going the other way because the camera's coming from the other end. Oh, that's a... Had a go, good go there, Tom, at that black. I saw him on an absolutely incredible black yesterday. He was unlucky there. If he was a wee bit lighter in the weight, he would have blocked up that pocket. So, Stuart coming in there. Oh, no. You'd think, he's left it safe there, but he's got a free ball, and he's certainly not going to hand that back to Stuart to play, so he'll just cut that in. We're doing that better job.
No, I just said you were commentating, and he said, I think Alex is going. So
Alex Stones is coming in.
Make pop in later and give us a few comments as well. So
Alex is responsible for a lot of movement in a good way for Paul around Canterbury.
And the South Island
podcasts and everything. He's just an amazing guy.
I think we should say it's the country he's doing it for. Like, if you haven't checked him out, make sure you do. The Inside Paul podcast or whatever they call it.
I don't know what number he's up to now, but he has a little story about different people around the country.
Between him and he's now got Michael Hayes, in amongst it with him. So when they get interviews, like I think the last time they might have had Simon with them again for about the second time.
Simon, who's that?
So make sure you go and check out Alex's Inside Paul podcast. So
he talks about different aspects of the game too,
and he did a big rundown during the lockdown of different players, their rankings and where they rank, and so there's a lot there, and I think it's now available on Spotify, his podcast. So getting easier and easier for people to tune
access information. I'm a great believer. You watch Paul, you listen about Paul, and you'll learn. Just watch people. I always say to people when I'm trying to, people ask me for some help with their game, I'll say go and watch the good players. When you get knocked out of a tournament, don't go home. Otherwise you're going to be going home early every time you play in a tournament. Stay and watch the good players. Think about the shots they're taking and what you would do before they do, and have a look and say, oh, I think I go for that shot, and see if they do that too, and you know you're on the right path, because ball selection is paramount in this game. It's not all about the potting the balls and safety. You've got to know which ball to take to get onto that, to break open a couple of balls, or to get in posse for your double or whatever. But ball choice is paramount, and that's what you'll learn from watching good players, is the ball choice they take.
You'll see a lot of the players. I've seen some of the players sitting there actually watching the stream from down the back of the room, or looking back through it, and so it's great for, as we say, to be able to go back and watch certain players or watch your own game.
Well, that's what I said earlier. I did that last week after the tournament. I went home and the first thing I did was watch my own game, just to analyse. Actually, I was analysing how I won. I was kind of a bit surprised I'd won that particular match, and it makes you think, oh, why did I do that? Because sometimes I know I tend to be a quick player, and you have a plan, and sometimes it doesn't come off. You don't get the posse, so you've got to be open to always change your mind. You men, you're allowed to be like women. Keep changing your mind. You're allowed to change your plan. And there's sometimes you just get out a little bit, and so your plan's down the toilet really. Come up with another plan, a new plan. It's all right to change a plan every time if it doesn't quite go right. Especially when you see people breaking out a ball. They'll have an attempt to pot a ball and break another one out off the cushion, or break up two balls, and you don't get the first time. Well, then try and get in posse to do it with the next shot or the one after. So as long as you're having an attempt at those things, that's where you'll go a long way in this game. You've got to have those sorts of skills to advance.
It's always difficult sitting here. You're always wanting to watch the actual table, but
I'm sitting here looking over the screen, but I should be watching the screens.
Yeah.
Because we're getting a different view from a different end of the table with one of the tables.
Yeah. As you would have seen last weekend, we've generally got 3 different cameras we use. For the final last week, we had one of the cameras set up side on, so we were able to give you a side on angle when required, but also had it up in the top right hand of your screen at the same time. So it's great. We take all feedback, good and bad. We like to make it a great viewing for all. So Claire just popped away for a couple of minutes, but it sounds like we've got a few good games coming up. Tracy's working out what games she's going to put on the TV tables and whatnot. So it's great. I heard mention of Dez's next game being live streamed just in the background, so maybe we might see Dez again shortly on the live stream, Claire.
Oh, good. It's always great watching these players that were champions.
Nick Moses, Gary Smith, your game is best of 7. Charlie Schooner, Peter Agnew, your game is best of 7.
Thank you.
We're just getting fed by Ronnie the ref, feeding us some chocolate and lollies, all the things we shouldn't be eating. I'm not allowed to have the orange ones. Thanks, Ronnie.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Nice little tap in there from Tom. So he's on the black now. Oh, Brent there was trying to get that ball in behind those big balls. Oh, careful what I say here. Oh, nice shot there from Tom. Great black. So he's now brought it 1-1 with Stuart. So a reminder that these two matches you're watching at the moment are the semi-finals of the trophy event. So the winners of each of this will be playing off for the final. And although normally in a tournament where you've got a main event and a trophy event, they kind of wait a while and play off the finals around about the same time. But I think because you have 4 people from each section go through to the main event, and the bottom 2 went through to the trophy event, I understand that they're going to play the trophy through, so that these guys aren't going to have to wait around for another 4 or 5 or 6 hours or something. Nobody wants to do that, not when you've got big weights between your game. It's bad enough when you're in a section of 5 and you have to wait, if you've got unfortunate enough to have your bye, not first or last, and you wait around for an hour or an hour and a half. I've been at a tournament once where there was 5 hours between games, and it's really hard to get a flow on in your game when you're like that.
That's like a snooker break, a snooker bye for a, you know.
Craig's here. Trying to just... Oh, how's his luck? Oh, that's not too bad. He can go for this one in the middle. Straight pop, over across for the 9 on the left-hand middle. And probably the black either one of the bottom pockets, depending where he ends up here. Yeah, so I can just... Maybe he just trickles through and play the black in the bottom right-hand pocket. Either or now. Might tend to play in the bottom left, and then if he misses, he's got that pocket bit covered. Oh, and as it is, he didn't cover it, but he's left the white in a good place, and that's another thing you've always got to consider when you're playing, especially when you're on the black and they're on the last ball or second last ball. It's about posse when you leave that white to make it tricky for them, so they've got to play away. And so then you've got a shot on the black if they miss. Because at that posse, it's quite hard. The white's pretty close to the back cushion, although you could play a bit of bottom on it, but it's hard to play safe when the black's sitting where it is. So you just got to go for broke here. And there's the result. So that white he played was exceptionally good. Oh, nice finish there from Craig, so that puts him on. Oh, we've missed a frame pull.
Have we?
Yeah, they've just shaken hands. Apologies for that. That pull's a bit slack, really.
Sorry, there.
So, looks like Craig then's got himself through to the final. Well done to Craig Roberts from the Cashmere Club. And commiserations, but well done to Brent for making the semi-finals.
Sometimes, it does get distracted or...
Yeah, well, I had to nick off and do something, and you jumped up to do something, and next minute the frame's over, and you think, oh, did I put that one up or not? So...
Yeah.
So now we're back to Stuart and Tom playing, so they're 1-1 at the moment, in a race to 3. So... Tom can either get that 12 inside the 1, or he's got a few options here. Play the 11, or he can play the 13 and kick probably that 10 across, or plenty of options here. He's got 4 balls at the bottom of the table here, as well as the 14. He's got the 14 tying the 6 up, so gives him a little bit of time. Yeah, just trickle it in. Go and get that 13 there if he can see that. Yeah. hard to play a full length of the table sometimes and hold that white ball. It's kind of it's not as easy as it seems. I don't think that 15 will go past clean to the 9. It's the same with the 10. So he's just playing a shot that just, I don't know if you can see the 1 here, but Stuart will be, I mean, obviously Tom's idea was to leave Stuart with nothing but the 7 because it makes him break it open for the black. So that was a great, that's a good shot by Stuart getting that 6 out, but again, everything's here now for Tom, and I've seen Tom play the other night, so probably go 15, and he could go 10 if he gets good angle, 9, 13, 14, and black over to the bottom left. So, but as I said before, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
So, sorry, I just popped away to see Tracy. The last 16 of the main event is going to go to 7, race to 4, best of 7.
Oh, great. That's good. Come out, you might as well play an extra few. Oh, that's a great shot, Tom, but unluckily he's actually left himself in a horrible place. He knew that if he played that 10 straight on, I think he was going to run too far away from the 9, although there was a chance he would have hit the 6. Which would have stopped it, but then it might have pushed the 6 in front of the black, blocking that pocket. And hit this very fine ball past that 6. Oh, look at that. Has it got? Oh, what a leave there.
Sorry, I'm not.
Might be a little bit more on the luck side with leave rather than. Whether Stuart can get that 4, I don't. Even if you can't pot it, you're going to get it out of there anyway. Take away that advantage that Tom has with blocking up a pocket. So,
were you waiting on yours?
Tom now, his tricky ball is the 9, but he's obviously going to be able to work this one down, get the white down the table here, give it a good clout. Oh, that's not all bad. If he hits this 11 now, it's going to break open the black anyway. Let's hope it doesn't go too far to the 6. Ooh. So he'll go 1 here, 1, 4, 7, 6 probably. Oh! Sure, that's it's a mistake that a lot of us make, I guess. So he's got a free ball there. So it's just from the D, so, you know, sometimes in these rules, fouling, especially an off foul on the white, it's not often absolute disaster because they have to play it from the D. And for those that don't know the rules, they can play black back from the balk line, but it must be played from within inside the D. Oh, where's that black going? You know, sometimes you see people like that and then they end up snookering themselves when the black goes on the table. And you can just sneak through there. That was a good shot because that opened it up a bit. You can just pop that 11 in that pocket, come back up for the 9. I think it'll just sneak past that 6. And then the black's open from anywhere he likes. Oh, didn't quite come far enough there, Tom. But he'll trickle it down, I'm sure, inside the 6. If it misses, well, if he plays good weights, he'll be blocking the pocket from the 7 or the 6 anyway. He'll obviously be going for the pot here. He could double it, but I think the safest thing is to put it over there. Yeah. That's a good shot. Wee bit of a gap there. A bit further into the pocket would have sealed the deal there. And the white's going to come flying back the other side of the table.
Done you hear? Get yourself ready for the TV?
Yeah.
You're going on the TV table.
Oh?
The next game on the live stream table 1 will be Lionel Galbraith Brighton, Reed Hardy Woolston.
Because all the girls will see me.
1 please.
That's Richard. He's the one who shagged me the other day.
I can hear you.
All the girls will see me.
No, that's you now.
Right, now.
You're playing Lionel.
Good shot there from Stuart. got to have a go at the 6 inside there, upset the outer car. I don't think it's going to go in, but if he can sort of turn it around with the 9.
Sorry, just us giving Rahari a bit of shit there.
Yeah. It's pretty bad when you're going to tell a bloke he's going on the TV table and he's scared about how many girls are going to see him and think, oh, that bugger. All the whites on. Oh, that's a disaster for Stuart. Times at this, you think at least you're glad the D's at that end of the table. So this is easy peasy for Tom. Tap it in, middle, black in the other middle. Oh, it's a combo. Must have been a combo, I didn't realise it hit the ball. Again, not paying attention, people coming and distracting us ball.
Oh, it happens all the time.
I've got the attention span of a... not a good attention span at all. I don't know how I can play pool sometimes. So another one there for Tom. So Tom's on the hill.
Hello, Hunter. Hello, Shanika.
Oh, Tracy talking to the grandies, I think.
Yeah.
One very proud grandmother there.
Yeah.
So on the other table now we've got somebody.
Whoops, sorry, I haven't.
Thanks, Paul. We've got Lionel Galbraith from New Brighton playing... Oh, I'm not very good with these Maori names. I apologise to everybody.
Rahari Kingi.
I would rather ask than keep pronouncing it wrong. Rahari Kingi is playing for Richmond Club.
Rahari also gets called Richie, so...
Ah, that'll be easier for me. Yeah. He was absolutely delighted when we told him he was going on the streaming table, wasn't he, Paul? Not.
Sorry, just stuffing my face at the same time.
So over on the other table, Stuart's got a fairly open table there. He's on little ones. The 2 ball's probably the only one's a bit tricky. Just a nice trickle down here for this, and he can get the 3 ball into the top pocket. Or he might, hopefully he's not too straight. It's always good. People that don't know the game or don't play the game much say, oh, that was great, you got perfectly straight on that, but most of the time on pool you don't want to be perfectly straight on a ball. It doesn't give you the option then of using the angle to get position onto your next ball. You've got to screw back or... well, that's a nice shot there from Stuart. Unfortunately he's overrun it a bit much or not enough, whatever way you want to look at it. And he's now left himself with a tricky shot on this 5. Not too sure if he'll jump inside the 4, but he might even look at pushing the 4 over in front of the pocket to block the 9. Just not enough weight there, at the right angle. So now it's up to Tom to come in and see what he can do. The table's looking relatively open for the overs. I'm just going to open up this pocket first. If he plays a 9 and a bit of an angle, maybe push that 4 across. Yep. Unfortunately, he's not left himself in a good posi there, really. So he's got to be thinking about now where he's going to leave that white. Over the double. $1 each way there with leaving the white, trying to leave distance, but it's a good shot. He hasn't left a free ball at least, but getting that 2's not such a big shot really. Get a good weight on it, the white can trickle down, probably clip the 4 on the way, but then the 4 or 5 will be on. Oh, and he's missed the pot. Now he's got 3 balls on the back cushion. He'll be gutted with that because they're all pretty He's going to have to get good posse. So it's easy now for Tom to leave a shot in which he's almost guaranteed to be able to come back for a next shot if he misses. Middle across for the 13 probably. And then he's got those 2 balls to come over to the left-hand bottom pocket. Let's play a nice little gentle shot here. Shot Tom. They might just play a bit of bottom here, and he can play either ball here really, but if he plays a bit of bottom here, he can hold in for the next ball into the same pocket. It's hard to tell sometimes. It always looks easy from the sidelines. You know, they always say you never miss a shot from the sidelines. But you know, sometimes when you're there, the angle's not quite as acute as it looks from the side, or balls are a wee bit closer. So now Tom's just got to pop this in, bit of top, and bring. Oh no, he's just going for a nice gentle shot. Yeah, that's a good shot actually to set that up, because he's. If Stewart can pot out here, he deserves to win. This is a mighty thing. He might clip that 5 and run the white to push the 4 across, or just double one of them out. Oh, there's the black. That surely is game, set, match. So the black comes up for those that aren't used to these rules. And he's got the combo, so he's going to play the black down. A lot of people will just go and pop the ball and get angle on the black, but if you're not 100% sure, you play the black down there. If you miss, well, you've got the pocket covered anyway, and the old free ball option. So he's missed that there anyway, but still a big out for Stewart to finish this off. Oh, that's a top shot, Stewart. That's a really good pot. So he might just try and put a bit of safety in here, maybe. If it was me, I'd be pushing the 5 onto the 8. Just tie up the 8, so then Tom's got to at least do a little bit of work to win the frame. You know, if Tom puts some bottom here though, puts a bit of bottom and side on there, he's going to kick that 8 over and just hope he doesn't circle himself behind the 5. So all the little risks you run.
Great to see 38 people watching us. Look, the Masters, you know.
It's a good little shot there from Tom.
Rahari
just kicked
there.
it out nicely. So who got that?
Rahari.
Oh, yeah. Richie? So there's Tom. Tom's taken that, got himself into the final. Well done. He'll be playing against... Also, we've got a great match coming up on the live streaming table. We've got Des Blair and Avon Placid. 2 really great players. Avon recently had a big birthday, of which I was privileged enough to be attending, and it was a surprise party, and he had family from all over New Zealand there, and it was a great testament to the type of man Avon is. Lovely guy, on the table, off the table. The name Placid kind of suits him. So we're away again
Next game on the live stream, table 2.
I think Richie's up 2-0.
Avon Placid Cashmere, Des Blair Cashmere. Live streaming table 2, pieces 7.
Just checking we had the score right.
Yes, I was just checking. I wasn't sure if that was the first frame. We missed one before, so we don't want to make that mistake again.
Usually when I'm not commentating, I'll be constantly going and checking, because
Oh yes, I often see you jump out of your chair and run over to a table to check the score.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having a live stream and you can't even get the score right.
Yeah, no.
So this is right. Richie's up 1-0 over Lionel. So this is to get a place in the. Oh no, this.
This is the last 16.
Oh yeah, we're on the last 16 games.
So these are race to 4, best of 7.
Yep.
Generally, this is about the biggest race you would play in Charter Club, isn't it?
Sometimes I've got to a final and I've said, oh, well, do you want to race to 7? Do you want to race to 9? And, 7's usually about the most they do play. Some tournaments will stay the same all the way through. Generally, your best of 3 in your section play, then you go to post-section and generally it's best of 5. And then sometimes as they go through, or sometimes right from the beginning of the main event, they will have best of 7 all the way through, and sometimes it's like that right to the final. I think the longer the race, but ultimately you get to a final, and it doesn't matter if they're playing best of 5 or best of 21. It's often
Can you just
still neck and neck.
wipe that?
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, bit of a smear on it. Good work, Tom. So Richie's just getting this tricky ball of his off the cushion. And the time to do that is at the beginning of frame. He's got 3 balls down the bottom here, but the 1 ball's there that Lionel's going to have to work on. So he's got to look at breaking that out at some stage. He's probably just putting a blocker there. No, he won't. Oh, he'll be gutted. That went in, and you can tell, I think, from the body language. I think in this game it's more frustrating when a ball goes in and you don't want it to do than the other way round.
Thank you.
Having that all-important blocker when the opposition's got 3 balls that are headed towards that pocket would have been a nice little. That's a great shot there from Lionel. I'm sure he'll be able to get through there.
No,
Get the 7 and then.
no, that
Quite
camera's not
straight,
working.
I think, on that one. So
Those 2 are.
Yeah, he's doing it this way. So 6 now, just trickle down to
Both of them are now.
He doesn't
Both
want
of
it
the
too straight
tables.
because he wants to be able to get angle to come back on the 8. Is he going to try and break it out? I think he can pot that one.
Hey, Pete.
Oh no, he's going for the breakout.
Not bad.
Oh, it hasn't actually ended up too nice for him. So that's a bit of a shame, really.
Cheers, Pete.
So he's got to try and leave this safe, and I guess if he pops that 1 and leaves a white on that back cushion, yeah, that's about the best he could hope for from there. Ricky's got to be aware now that he doesn't leave Lionel a free ball. Yeah, so he's going to move this 12, so that leaves the white probably on 1 maybe.
Oh, yeah, your
That's
place.
a good shot. The only trouble with that is that it sometimes ends up with your own balls. He's now tied up one of his other balls now. He's already got 2 near that cushion.
And Hunter's going, Nina, because he could hear me.
Talking about you. Oh, talking about Tracy.
yeah, she does a good job.
Oh, that's good.
A lot of people in here.
I didn't lose. Oops.
Yeah, but just a reminder, we will be live streaming next week. So
That's a great shot from Ricky. He's opened all his balls up.
did they fill those 3 ladies' positions they wanted? So
Ladies is all full. Because Shah rang Kerry today, and Kerry said it was full.
that's great. There'll be another full-on weekend for you, won't it?
Yeah, so we've got a big weekend coming next weekend with the Canterbury Pairs. So they've got a ladies event and an open event. So the ladies can play in the open. They can't play in both. This year they're running at the same time, but even if they were on different weekends, you still have to choose which event you want to play in. Sometimes you'll get a mixed pair will play in it. Do you ever have 2 ladies play in the open?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. I've done that before. I think it makes, well, from my experience, I was kind of brought up when I was playing, not brought up, I've only been playing for 13 years, but when I was playing pool, I was playing predominantly against men. So I kind of tended to play quite an open game. It's only really when I started playing against women that you start realising it's a whole different ball game. You know, a lot of tactical play and what the men would say tippy-tappy boring play. You know, they say, oh, you women are so slow at playing, and sometimes it's just because we can't pot as well as them, but sometimes it's because we play a more tactical game, whether that's lack of confidence or it's just the way they play. And I noticed that even when I went to Australia, it's another frame here for Lionel, but when I went to Australia, the woman very much played a tactical game right from the beginning. That was playing the reds and yellows. Their first thing they did was to block the top two pockets. That was their first object, and it was like, oh, and it took me like 4 or 5 frames to realise that, hey, that's not a bad plan in these rules. But yeah, so we've got Lionel now, he's 1-all. So these guys, as we said, these are the last 16 matches, so they're having a race to 4. And on the other table we've got Avon Placid playing Des Blair. Des has come probably the furthest, come from the North Island. I think he's Hamilton way.
Not sure, sorry.
Could be wrong there, but he's around about there somewhere in the North Island.
I'm sure that if we get it wrong, someone will tell us,
I'm sure.
on the chat.
And that's okay, because I'm not 100% sure. Des has been playing for a long time. I think in his heyday he was up there winning tournaments in New Zealand. I know he was over at the Big Guns a couple of years ago playing. But with all the young ones coming through, I think he sees it, he plays it more for fun than to get in there and win. But in a field like this and that age bracket, he's certainly one of the top contenders, I would say. I think, hey, Steve Denton, did he win this tournament last year?
I believe so, from memory.
Steve's not playing today, I think with COVID, and there was, you know,
work commitments.
So he's been very few tournaments he's playing this year. So he would definitely be the number 1 seed and your favourite for this tournament if he was playing.
He spent some time in these seats last weekend while he was here for the Alan Cowan. So
yeah, and he ended up winning that tournament. Oh no, Simon did.
Simon did.
He was in the semi-final against Adam Lilly.
Yes.
And Steve was on form, and Adam just found another whole gear and played amazing. I actually think he might have beaten him 4-0. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might have been actually.
That Adam really played well, and I think the year before, Steve and Adam play in the final?
I think so. From memory.
Richmond, Essie Finelli, Papanui, Titus 7, and you're playing Jesse 7. Les Mitchell, Richmond, Malcolm Pollock, Hornby, table 4.
So timing-wise, we're going pretty good. As we said, Tracy gets the games on and ticking along,
and we're slowly going to cut down the amount of tables needed.
Yeah.
You know, like
I dare say the tables will just be pushed to the side of the...
The referees do a great job in closing up the tables.
And moving it closer and closer to control so that those that are watching can, you know, all just be watching from one end and watch all the games together instead of some up this end of the hall and some down the other.
Yes, it's great all being in one room, but it's good once we get down to being real tight stuff.
For sure.
Especially when there is only really the 2 watching areas in this room,
right
down the
back. One
back.
end or the other, you can't kind of really watch much from the sides. Definitely one side of the hall was out of bounds, really.
Yeah, and the other side's
more
quite,
of a passageway to the bar.
Yeah.
Is trying to figure out his out here. Have to go 4-5, I dare say, 4-5-6. And you brought out that on an angle so that then you have natural angle to come back for the 6. Makes it a slightly harder pot, but then you don't have to do so much work to get angle. Nice weight, but he's just missed the pot. But it's not all bad. Avon would have to, if Avon plays bottom on this, he might be able to bring the white over towards that corner and play the 13 into the same pocket.
He'll need to be able to.
He has to. He hasn't really got much choice. And then play the black up the top, or depending on where he ends up, posse here.
Oh, there you
There's a
go.
lovely little-
You,
so
you called
easy.
it. You called it, Claire.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty obvious, Paul. He's got to make sure he try to hold this too, otherwise the white's gonna. Oh, he's left himself a wee bit. He's going to have to go for the double here. Whether he doubles to the middle. Thing is, if you double back to the bottom left-hand pocket, if you do miss, if you get your weight right, you're going to be covering that pocket for the 6 ball. It's the only thing, or do you back yourself and you go for the more obvious double to the middle, or even the treble across. Yeah, he's going for that double, I think. Yeah, shot under pressure. And now it should be a walk in the park for Des Blair. Might go a wee bit of cushion first here perhaps, or oh, you should be able to drag it across anyway. Yeah. Nice and easy. Hard. Still not a problem. Middle. Nice finish there, Des. So he's up 1-0 on Avon Placid. On the other table, we're 1-1 here. Lionel's a bit. Just went a wee bit far there because I'm sure he was trying to get that other, was it the 10 or the 12 ball into that same pocket. And you can probably just leave it safe, break open the balls and just try and run the white down the back cushion somewhere. Oh no, going for it. And these rules, unlike a lot of the rules, like the World 8 ball rules, any pocket will do in these games, even for the black, which it's one thing I would like to see changed in all rules of pool anywhere, is that you nominate the pocket for the black. I don't think it's right to win or lose a game or a match on a fluke. So here, Lionel's left Richie with a free ball, so he's just going to tap this black in, or not tap at all. Thought he would have just tapped it in and ran the 2 up the top. Shows what I know. So you can double this over or cut it down, bottom. the only shot he's got. But look at that last shot he had. It was a brilliant shot. Nice. This is Des Blair after all. And come down to the 6 now. Just get himself a wee bit closer, but he's not as straight as he wanted to be. He probably wanted to be a little bit straighter to just come off, run across, run one rail, and come close to the. Yeah, he's wondering now where his double angle is, figuring that out. I think the white's going to come too close to the 6 on that angle. The last thing he wants to do is overshoot it. Oh. That's about all he could do. He's got a shot. That's all you want to do, is give yourself a shot at the ball. This would be a fantastic clearance if he can win this frame. Even will be kicking himself on the sideline. He's showing a sign of respect as if you're never going to miss that even. Although I've seen people miss combos too. Miss cue or get all excited and then bang, truck and trailer it or...
That's all it takes, is a miscue or a...
Yeah, they're having a good laugh, they're having a good time, and I think that's what this tournament is a lot about, Paul, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
getting together with your mates and having a good weekend of pool. And Des wouldn't be coming down from the North Island if it wasn't. He wasn't going to have a bit of fun with it.
No, I don't think he would. You know, he seems like one of these fellas that likes to have a bit of enjoy his pool, but also enjoy the social side just as much.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And you know, for me, coming to these tournaments, or not this one obviously, but normal tournaments I'm playing is about the fun of the game, the enjoyment. Somebody said to me, "Oh, how do you handle your stress when you get to finals?" And I said, "Oh, I actually very rarely get nervous, and it's just because I just love the game so much. There's enjoyment out of playing. If I lose, it's not because I don't get annoyed because I've lost so much. I get annoyed because there's still people playing and I'm not.
Yeah, so
I'm a pool pig.
While you were talking there, Avon broke and then so
dry break as
yeah,
well.
it was dry.
Oh, and a good spread. These guys, when they break, it's unusual. They don't have a really good spread, which means you're open up to somebody get up and do an 8-ball clearance on you. I played a young guy, Daniel Cole, the other day in the Alan Cowan tournament, and it was a race to 3, and he did 3 8-balls on me, so that was hard to play against. But all you do is sit back and watch and hopefully learn something. And
This looks like on the right it's going to go hill.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry.
Oh, no.
No, sorry. The
we're race to 7.
race to 4 now.
Yep.
Best of 7, as you say.
Yep.
So
2 all there.
it takes a moment to realise that
What's
we
that
have.
little number there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Race to 4, not 3 anymore.
Jim Broad, Hornby, Dylan Ingebrigtsen, Woolston, table 8. best of 7.
Looking at some last 16 matches that are on, obviously we've got Lionel and Rahari who you're watching. You got Nick Moses playing Gary Smith. You got Des playing Avon, which we're also watching. You got Chris Ford playing Essie Pinelli. Malcolm Pollock playing Les Mitchell. Jim Broad playing Dylan Ingebretson. Barry Jones playing Grant Ritchie, and Peter Agnew beat Charlie Schooner 4-3.
Right, back here now. Avon and Des, 1-all. And Lionel's playing Richie, Kingy, and they're 2-all. John, I see your comment there. I'll talk to Paul and see if that's an option. I'm not too sure if it is. But all the last 16 games are out at the moment. One of them has been completed. Pete Agnew beat Charlie Schooner. That would have been a great match. Pete won 4-3. And all the other matches are out there at the moment. And the final of the trophy round will be on one of the TV tables when one of these matches is finished. So that will be Craig Roberts playing Tom Savaro. Just gave them a bit of a breather after the semi-final matches. Often they wait and play all the finals together, but because the field in the main event was much larger, it would have been a huge wait for those guys to play their finals, which nobody wants.
Back for another round.
Well, that's a nice shot there from Richie. So we've got pressure on now for a good black. That's going to go past there. He's just going to... Oh! I'm not sure it would have actually gone past there, but if he got a wee rub off that ball, it would have been, and it's just left perfectly. He's got actually the result he deserved. That was a great attempt. So now it's like Lionel, you got to go for, well, a 5-pocket rocket really. One pocket's out of bounds, but it's like do or die here. Yeah, off the back cushion and oh, got to try. It's the only time you don't mind giving away a free ball. And hope it's an awkward one. So that puts Richie Kingy up on the hill. 3-2 and a race to 4. And over on the other table, Avon and Des Blair. They're just starting their third frame. Even he's on little balls, he's only got a couple of goes, so nothing too difficult here. Take the 1, then the 4, and back for the black. Probably take the 1 up the top here, just maybe a little bottom on it. 4 into the middle, or up the top, either or. Want to get as straight as possible on that black, no doubt. Paul, we've had a request. Is there a possibility of displaying the results from the board on the screen at all?
It is something we're looking at. It's not so easy at the moment, but we are looking at that.
So we obviously can't do that at the moment.
It's not so easy to do at the moment, but we are looking.
Yeah, good question though. So I gave them an update of who's got to the top 8, and it's just Pete Agg beat Charlie Schooner. And we've had one more
Nick
result.
Moses.
Nick Moses beat...
Gary Smith.
No, that's what was it? Yeah, Nick... It's got... Oh, the cursor's over it, so it must have been 4-2. So Nick Moses must have beaten Gary Smith 4-2, so he's the next one through to the last 8 in the main.
There we go, just been and updated the scores there, Claire.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, when you're away from the table, we were both away from the table for a short while there, as I'm sure you noticed. Just going to do a bit of a check on the score sheets.
I know, John, that Shane Brecken is looking into what we do. Like, we're looking at maybe even a result ticker along the bottom or something. But it's about us needing to work with the Canterbury 8 Ball to get their system to work with our system. So we are looking at things, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you results better.
So looking at Avon and Dez's match, you can see there we've got the black hanging over the pocket and 7 overs on the table. So it is a free ball. I haven't seen the match up till now, so I presume Dez is on the black. I don't know if he left himself there.
Claire, just going to check that score is correct. Good, Pete. There we go, 3-1, the updated score. Thanks, Claire.
So Dez something black there, so I just caught the tail end of that game, so obviously Dez was on overs.
Unfortunately, John, we're having issues with one of our cameras today, so we're not able to do that. We'll give you updates as we go to let you know the results of the
last
It's
16 to get into top 8 as they
Yeah,
go.
it's easy to do that sort of thing at the later stages of a tournament. It's hard when there's so many results
Yeah.
coming in during the tournament, and that's what we are looking at. But camera free is there for a screenshot of the room, John, not of the scoreboard of the display.
And you're jumping from one event to another effectively, and
Yeah, but as I say, it is stuff we are looking at and will be using in the future.
so Richie's having a bit of a laugh there. Richie Kingy on that table, he had a shot that didn't quite have the outcome he was hoping, and had a bit of a chuckle at his result there. And he's on the black gear now. Yeah, he's on the black ball, so he's going to try and say off the back cushion, try and leave the white touch in the 6. Hopefully not be able to play the 5, otherwise he's going to be in the cart here. Lion will probably just set this ball up somewhere. Probably won't be overly interested in potting it. Give length to Richie to make it a little bit more difficult. Still got a smile on his face. That's what I like to see him pull. People smiling even when things don't quite go their way. Ooh. Grant Ritchie has gone through the top 8, beaten Barry Jones 4-1. So now on the live stream table, we've
On
got...
live stream table 2 will be the final of the trophy event. Tom Safara, Shirley St Albans. Craig Roberts, Kashmir. Live streaming table 2, best of 7. And your referee will be Ronnie.
You guys probably all heard that, so I probably don't need to repeat that. Craig Roberts is playing Tom Savara. So this is the final of the trophy event, and it's a race to 4, best of 7.
Where's Tom from?
but everybody knows what we mean. So I presume, we've got another winner through now. So Richie Kingy has just won 4-2 over Lionel Galbraith. So that's our next victorious player through to the top 8. So just back to the final of the plate now.
The next game to go on live streaming table 1 will be Peter Agnew, Cashmere, Grant Ritchie, New Brighton. Table 1, please.
So our next live stream match will be actually one of the quarterfinals. Have you got the names there? Oh. Is that Grant, is it?
Peter Agnew and Grant.
Yeah, so we've got Grant Ritchie playing Pete Ag. That's the first quarterfinal. And again, that's a race to 4.
Thank you. Great. Great. Thank you. Sorry?
2 screens for me?
Yeah, it's going soon. Yeah. They're not,
Oh, is it?
They're not started yet.
Oh, you wait till they start. Fair enough. So we just got the first match of the quarterfinals about to start. Pete Agnew and Grant Ritchie, Cashmere and New Brighton, respectively. And on this other table is the final of the plate. Craig Roberts and Tom Safara still on their first frame. I just had an update for those that have been asking today. They are looking at holding the Ladies Masters at Woolston on the 23rd. I've been told there's a meeting tomorrow night, so after then we will be able to get confirmation of venue, date, etc, etc. So you'll be able to contact your clubs. I'm sure there'll be plenty of publicity put out about that event. So hopefully ladies just pencil in the 23rd and get a big field. Obviously dependent on numbers, that will depend if it's a one-day event. If it is, I'm sure it will be a long day, but sometimes that's better than trying to run it over 2 days for club and organisers. So Craig just looking around on table 1 of how he can move around the table here. Is obviously his issue here is going to be the black ball with the one covering the pocket there. Might be one of those two-shot shots where your first shot gets the black into the pocket. Oh. I think that's what we call one of those bugger shots. Just rolled a little bit too far and snookered himself on that 13, and he's well and truly kicking himself there, shaking his head. Oh, that's not ended up. Oh, he nearly got extremely lucky there. Still, he's made a little bit of a tricky shot here for Tom. He's got Chinese snookered over the top for those balls, neither of which are on for that pocket. I don't think he can see the 3 in the pocket. Maybe he can, I can't quite tell from this angle. So Pete Egg just played a fantastic shot to get on his last ball. He's calling a ref because he knows he's very, very close to that 10 ball. So it's always good to call a ref for your own sake. There's nothing worse than he said, she said, yes you fouled, no you didn't. So it's nice to call a ref and let somebody else make that call. And he's got to figure out how he can do this and get on that black. If he can, so he can't put bottom on it. He's already playing over the top of a ball. Otherwise he could and kick that 10 ball out and be on the black for the middle. Oh no, you can get over that all right. Probably just me because I'm so short I would never bet. Oh yeah, just playing safe, setting it up. He knew it was going to be an issue with snookering himself, which he would have there. And he's left pretty much nothing for Grant. Grant will double this up maybe. Balls flying everywhere. So that's not something Pete wanted as a it looks like it could be a free ball there. Not too sure if he can get through there on the angle or not. My guess is that he might just be snookered on that ball in the pocket. If not, he might just take the 14 and run around, but there's an awful lot of traffic in the middle of the pocket, middle of the table. Again, they're calling a ref, so it's obviously very, very tight. Meanwhile, on the other table, that black's obviously, as you can see, has been moved, so, you know, Tom might just take a little bit of a insurance policy here and tap that one in front of the black. Tie up the pocket. Nope, he's going for broke. Good on you, Tom. They're all there to pot out, so sometimes it's worth just going for it. Oh, and he's missed that shot. This finish shouldn't be too hard for Craig. He can just get position on that 15 ball. He's screwing it back, so he's obviously very straight. Oh, look at that. Oh, unlucky little kick there. Might double this into the middle or cut into the middle. Either way, the white's going to come around the table for the black. You might be going for the cut. Oh, that's a lovely outcome. That was a great shot in the middle, and it's always nice when you get a little reward. Would you like to join the competition? I hate talking to myself. Right, we've got somebody else coming back to the control table with a scoreboard. So we've just had another result in the last 16. So Malcolm Pollock has just beaten Les Mitchell 4-3, so that was obviously a very good match. So Craig up 1-0 against Tom Safara in the final of the trophy event. Bit of a mess down the bottom of the table, but really Craig's in the driver's seat here with, could have done with coming a little bit further here. You might have to play the 14 over the top. Certainly overs are, oh, he needed to come a bit further there. He would have been wanting to play that plant, the 12 onto the 9. He can play the 11 now and still get position, but oh no, he's choosing not to. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a great shot. He's still got that 11 there, but he's got to get Posy down to that 15, because you certainly want to be playing it into the middle pocket. If we can get Posy though, you can see from the last frame that he's good at screwing the ball back, and a wee bit of an angle here, so I don't think he's come far enough for that 11. Oh, I think the body language says it all. So he's only got the 15 and the 11 to go, but he's thinking, he's got a tricky shot. Does he play the 15 and keep that pocket protected? But maybe he could just play the 11 and a little bit, and if he can see it, and nick it a wee bit closer to the pocket. He doesn't really want to leave the white ball down by the 11, because then he can play the other balls across the table. So look at it coming off the back cushion, is he? No. Going to go up the top. That's not a bad shot. Oh, wow, that was nearly in the pocket. So he may, I don't know if the 11 was on for the pot, but he certainly could have tapped it closer to the pocket. So now Tom's got a bit of work to do here. He might have an angle to run into these balls here with that 7 into the middle pocket. Put a bottom on it, it'll go careering in there, and just fingers crossed, I guess. Often with this, it's you take the risk. It's nice when you get a reward. Oh no, just playing it gently. Don't know if that 3 will push that 11 out at all. From here it doesn't look like there's certainly not enough gap for the ball to go right through, but certainly could upset it. He's got to be careful. Yeah, take the 2. Be careful not to give away a free ball. Bit of a shame that 2 didn't come out just a little bit further. So on the other table, in the last 8, we've got a bit of a 3 balls on the left cushion, 3 balls on the bottom cushion. Some work to do for either player here. So Craig got the pot there. You probably would have hoped he'd come a little bit further and make the next shot a bit easier, but ooh, that was a foul, I think. Yep, so that's a combo then for Tom, so Yeah, it's a tactic of the game. You know, if you don't think you can pot out, look at and see what tactics you can do. Sometimes it's, you know, you can push that ball through there or force a free ball the next shot. And oh, he's left a free ball there. So my thoughts here are certainly, well, he could either play the 3 in there or he could sink the black, but it's hardly. Just depends how confident you're feeling. So on the other table, Pete's just pushed the black to a very awkward position for him. He's got an easy next ball, but now he's made it difficult to get to the black. Yes, Tom's backing himself, which is good. I'll play the 5 and then try and get a nice angle so I can go from the 2 to 3. Ooh, maybe not quite as nice as he had hoped. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We were Paul was away from the desk, and I wasn't sure how to work all these contractions to simply change the score. So Craig Roberts is actually on the hill, up 3-0 against Tom Safara. So just an update on the main event. We've got Nick Moses playing Ricky Kingy. That's in the quarterfinals. Avon Placid will be playing Essie Pinelli. They haven't yet started. Malcolm Pollock's through, but we're waiting for the winner of Jim Broad and Dylan. Engelbrexen. Probably pronounced that wrong, Dylan, sorry. Actually, the game has just finished. And the other quarterfinal, of course, is the game that's playing on the live stream, Pete Agnew and Grant Ritchie. Jesus, Jim. Everybody. Oh, I got one, I think. I don't know what the score was. Must be the right one you got the right in the score. So we're just finishing up the lineup for the quarterfinals. Jim Broad has gone through, beating Dylan Engelbretson 4-3. So another hill match there. Got to say, Jim was umming and ahhing at 1:30 this morning about whether to come and play today. We'll be getting the other quarterfinal matches started soon. Oh, that's a nice shot from Craig. He's got a tricky shot now. Oh, which has just become a whole lot trickier. Snooking himself there. Oh. Not the best time to give away a combo. So for those that don't know the rules that are looking from overseas, ball in hand, there's no two shots. So this is a thing often people do. They play the black on, the black's left over the pocket. If you miss. And easy as Tom. So Tom's on the board, so that's always good to see. Nobody likes to see a final that's somebody's got a big zero. So we see lots of I've seen lots of wins from a 3-0 down in a race to 4 where it gets turned around and the other person wins 4 straight. So timing wise, we're actually going very well. It's coming up 2 o'clock. Quarterfinals are on, so Tracy's done really well as usual, getting the guys sorted.
Table 4, please.
So Essie Pinelli is going to be playing Avon Placid now. It won't be on one of the live streaming tables, but from now on we'll try and keep you updated on all the scores on all the tables if we can. We'll do our best. It means a lot of jumping up and down to check out the score sheets. After this will be easy, obviously. Semi-finals will be on the 2 TV tables. How many people have got watching? Where do you see that? Oh, right there in big writing. So to those 31 people watching from wherever you are in the world, hope you're enjoying the pool today. We're bringing to you from the Papanui Masters here in Christchurch on a beautiful sunny day. It's always perfect weather for pool though. Nice shot there from Grant. I think he can... Oh, actually, he might not be able to sneak through there. Going to have to play a combination shot here, but should be fairly straightforward for him. Needs that white to keep travelling. Yeah, I think he's got it just enough. White will come round nicely for the black. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that was a bad miss there from Grant. He would have expected to get that. Might be in the men's room. I wonder if Murray knows how to do this. Oh, here he is.
Trying to figure out how to change it. So that game's over, is it?
Yep. And Pete Agg's up 2-1. Oh,
This is table 2. Yeah. Table 1 is we know table 2.
oh,
And this is table 1.
ah, very good.
Right.
So I got that updated now. Pete Agnew is up 2-1 against Grant Ritchie in quarter final, and Tracy will be about to put another quarter final match on the other live stream table, which we'll get up shortly. Maybe it'll be Jim. And that will be Jim Broad against Malcolm Pollock.
Congratulations, Craig Roberts is the winner of the trophy event of the 2020 Papanui Men's Masters. Congratulations, Tom Savara.
Yeah, you're fine, mate.
The next game on the live streaming table 2 will be Malcolm Pollock, Sass, Jim Broad, Tormby, on table 2.
Did Pete get that one? Did Pete get another one, did he?
Why she cheekily said that? Because you can't do that.
Who got that one? Did Pete get that one? I'll go check.
Sorry, I was busy.
I think Pete scored. So that puts Pete Agg on the hill, up 3-1 against Grant Ritchie. And we've got Jim Broad and Malcolm Pollock are just about to start on the other live streaming table. We'll get that sorted in a few seconds when they get going. I've got to try and eat. Oh, sorry. Oh, look, already loaded the sauce. I reckon savoury should come like that. You open them, it's full of sauce. Oh, thanks, Nancy. Thank you. Okay. Are we still muted? Right, back again, folks. Sorry, just having a wee break. So we've got all 4 quarterfinals going now. We'll try and keep an update on the results on the other tables. So we can obviously see Jim and Malcolm are on their first frame. Pete Agnew's up 3-1 on Grant. So for those that have just joined us, we're at the quarterfinal stage of the main event. Craig Roberts won the trophy event over Tom Savara. So as well as these 2 tables we've got playing here, Richie Kingy is playing Nick Moses, and Avon Placid is playing Essie Pinelli. So we'll try and keep updated on all 4 of these matches while we go. And obviously when we're down to the semi-finals, you'll be able to see them all. So Peter, a wee bit lucky there with the leave after missing the 2-ball. Didn't leave a sitter there for Grant, but nice pop there from Malcolm. Oh, that's a great double from Grant. Really good weight. The white was close to going in the pocket, so he always had that in his mind. So Pete Ag up 3-2 in a race to 4. Hey Ronnie, you still weeping? Yeah. Can you give me an update on those back 2 tables, even now and again, and we're going to keep everybody else updated on the live stream. So the 2 that aren't on stream. Thank you. I'll go for your jet plane. There's 1 left, I think. Oh, 2 left, I think.
They're the same flavour, so that's
So nice black there from Malcolm. Takes him just the first frame. Very difficult. With nothing overly hard for Grant to come back on. And even if he did hit this, he's got to be careful that if he potted it, he doesn't snooker himself. He's hit it anyway. Oh! No, he hasn't. I thought he'd hit that ball. Did he? He didn't hit it, did he? Nope. Yeah.
There you go.
For the first time in my life, somebody told me to be louder. It was like, are you serious? It was Shirley. I said, can I make that louder? She said, I can't really hear you well enough. I went, you can't hear me louder. She said, yes. Good shot there from Grant, just trying to make the two a little bit more difficult for Pete. If he gets back on it. Grant should be able to finish from here. His job is to get on that 14. I think that... not too sure if the 10 will sneak past that black. He can certainly play the gap and run in off it. As long as he's got the angle, it'll be right to bring the white in behind it. But tricky now to get over for that 13, or whether he's going to play a double on it. I guess what he's got to be mindful is to just leave Pete perhaps an awkward angle on that blue if he's on the 13 for a double, or... Yeah, going for the double here. Oh. But again, he's left Pete with an awkward angle here. Well, he's got a shot on, but it's certainly not easy. So Malcolm's got a wee bit of work to do here. He's got oh no, he's on the black, is he? Oh no, Jim's obviously on the black. Malcolm's on the little balls. I didn't say Malcolm's got little balls. I said he's on them. Oh, that will be game, set and match. Well done, Pete Agg, into the semi-finals. Our first semi-finalist. We need to run around. I don't even know who won that game with Jim and Malcolm.
Okay. When I get round to that, it'll be Avon or Richie score first.
Okay. Yep. So we just asked the lovely Ronnie, referee Ronnie, to go around and just check the scores from the other quarterfinals. Two of them obviously aren't on the streaming tables. I know Avon Placid's just played a shot that's left him very, very awkward on the black. I don't know that he's snookered, but I don't think he can pot this. So it's 2-0 to Avon Placid still. They've just about finished this next frame. They've got a couple of balls to go. And we'll just try and get an updated score from Richie Kingy playing Nick Moses. I know Richie was well ahead before. I don't know if it was 2-0 or 3-0. And what about this one? Ronnie. So Richie's up 3-1 on Nick Moses. And on this live stream table here, it's 1-0. So we'll just update those scores when Paul returns. I thought somebody got one. I didn't realise they both got one. I didn't realise they both had one. I thought it was only 1-0. I don't know if they need a ref down there. Oh no. Oh.
Fixing his show. Check the phone.
Oh. Try hard, too hard to get position and miss your pot there, Malcolm. So he's got away with it really. He hasn't left anything too easy. I don't think that 6 will go on the middle unless he wants to play it off the 13. Be safe at, yeah, run the 5 up the top. Oh, you just... Shows what I know. Nice work, Pete. It was a nice pot, but he's left himself distance again, but... Ooh. So, did Nick Moses just win that one? Because I think he was up 3-1. Ronnie, did you say it was 3-1 to Richie Kingy? Oh, it must be 3-2 now. So it looks like Nick Moses has pulled back a frame and it's 3-2 to Rich Kingy. Oh, and Essie Pinelli just missed a black, so Avon's also on the black. So that's another frame for Avon Placid. So that will put Avon on the hill, I think. Avon on 3, wouldn't it? I'm sure he was 2-0, wasn't he? Yeah, just getting someone to check the score, but I think Avon Placid's up 3-0 on Essie Pinelli. Just getting someone to check that. Yes, just confirmed. Avon's up 3-0 over Essie for a spot in the semi-final. The other quarter, Richie Kingy's up 3-2 over Nick Moses. Peter Agg is through to the semis. And then, as you can see on the live stream table, Jim and Malcolm are 1-1. Malcolm's got a combo here, so he should be able to... There's nothing tricky there for him to clear. Over the 15, 9. Oh no, 13 next. It's always hard to know from this distance if they're playing top, middle or bottom. Oh yep, just across there for the 9 now. Oh, is he gone too far? Oh, that's a... He'll be really annoyed at himself with that shot. So he's left himself. I think he might just be able to see a little snick of that 9, but I don't think he can see it to pot it. He needs to just think about where the white ball's going to go. Leave Jim with little or nothing. He might be going for the double into the other side pocket. Oh, he's close too. Oh, that's really unfortunate for Malcolm there. So Jim's got a free ball from the D. Might as well leave that 9 there. Just run the 2 up, and the angle will keep him nice and sweet for the black into the bottom left. Oh. Hopefully for Jim, Malcolm can't see enough of that 12 to sink it. I'd say he might have a little angle to hit it, but if he can pot it, it's going to be a big... He's having a go at it. I don't know if he's... Well, there you go. But unlucky he didn't get a bit more favourable there, but he's given himself a shot. That's all you need. Pop this in the hole and trickle down for the 8. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a great pot. This should be the end of this frame for Malcolm. Yeah, nice shot. So it's Malcolm up 2-1 on Jim Broad from Hornby. It's going to be Paul kicking you. Yeah, looks like we have a result. Richie Kingy into the semi-finals, beating Nick Moses 4-2. 17 on a Wednesday night. I'm updating the score. I'm just saying, oh, he's now playing in the quarterfinals against Malcolm Pollock. Instead of Pollock. Quickly changed it before I put. Well done, young man.
Richie is waiting for the winner of Avon Placid and Essie Pinelli, and Peter Agnew is waiting on Malcolm and Jim's game, the winner of that match.
I think Avon's up 3-0.
It's looking like it's going to be a reasonably early finish for a full tournament.
Really good actually. Tracy, as usual, great skills in keeping the tournaments running and making sure that people are out on the tables as quickly as possible. So the Canterbury Peers next weekend will be at the Cashmere Club, is that right?
Here.
Oh, it's here again.
It's here. It's
Great.
Here. It's here.
That's what I know.
It's here.
Good job someone told me, seeing as I'm playing in it.
Yeah, no, it's all here. The tables are already here, so
Yep.
it's easier for them to...
Yeah, just put them to the side of the room and bring them out next week instead of having to pack them in a container or get them shipped somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. It saves a lot of work. I think Daryl starts about 3 o'clock and it takes him about an hour and a half to do all the tables instead of 4 or 5 hours to get them out of the container. And
oh, exactly. And level them all out and... You know, when we were setting up for the Alan Cowan tournament and the tables had to be brought in from the container, and it was great, you know, half a dozen people here just bringing everything in, and it just makes, you know, Daryl's job so much easier, and the old many hands make light work.
Sure do. Like, I came down after everyone left that night and gave Daryl a hand to set up the streaming gear. And
right, yeah.
I just messaged him to see how things were going, and when he said he was still here, I popped down. It was about 6 o'clock I came in, and the room was pretty much done. It was just the streaming gear and stuff.
Now it's already set to go for the next day.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to get it all ready to go, and
you know, all the other quarterfinals are just about finished, but Malcolm and Jim, it's not the slacking around. They had close matches beforehand, so it's not through slow play necessarily. It was just, you know, maybe a bit more tactical frames can double or triple the length of a game as opposed to an open game that people get up and do an 8 balls. You know, there is a 30-second rule. They try and stick to it, but they try to be a bit lenient. I think they've brought the rule in now that you're allowed 1 extension per frame, but they're not really strict here like they are overseas where they time every single shot. Oh, Jim, we'll take that one, thanks very much. Get back in your seat, Malcolm. Always a bit of luck in this game. Sometimes the good luck goes all your way and sometimes the bad luck does, but everybody gets it even if they say they don't. So Jim's best bet, probably to nick that one that's in the pocket in first. Come back. Oh, didn't realise that one passed. So 15, then 11 over.
Do you want a jug of water or just a glass?
Still the guy that will fucking preach. I had to take a walk.
Ooh. I'll have to take this one up the top now, I'd say. Don't want to touch that one on the... Don't think that one will cut. Maybe it it does, or maybe he's just going to touch it and leave the white ball there. Oh, there you go. That's a great shot, Jim. If he's got a wee angle, it will help. It looks like he might have a little bit of an angle. What do you reckon, Paul? Do you think he's got a little angle on that 11 or not? It's fairly straight, actually.
Yeah,
He might, if it's straight, he can screw it back. Oh, he must have had only a small angle, but
Yeah.
at least if he hits this fine, the white's not going to run into. All it's going to do is run into the 2 ball. At this stage, you just got to go for it. Just getting the ref over to make sure he doesn't foul. As I said earlier, it's always good to get the ref over. There's nothing worse, especially when it's at this stage of the game. Oh, great shot, Jim. Fantastic pot under pressure. Get the ref over, they can make the decision, because there's nothing worse. One player says, yes, you fouled, and the other one says, no, I didn't. So let the guys that get paid to ref do their job. So they're 2 all. Race to 4, sorry. And I'll just... Just go get an update on Avon Placid playing Essie Pinelli.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the stream a couple of times.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So I messaged Jeff.
So Avon Placid's up 3-0 against Essie Pinelli, but Essie is on the black. Can't actually see from here if he's got a clear shot on it. It's very, very close to a pocket. He's actually in a snookered situation, so he is taking a free ball. That should give him a good position on the black. Oh, and he missed the free ball hit. So this gives Avon a good opportunity. The pocket's open. Avon's still got 4 balls left on the table. Got a bit of work to do because they're not sitting easy or in the open. In fact, 3 of the 4 balls are on the cushions. So he's just played a bit of a safety shot there. Covered the pocket from where the black ball would most obviously be going. I'm not sure if he's got a free ball though. Yeah, he did. He even left Essie a free ball, so Essie's put him back into play because the black is tied up with one of Avon's balls. Avon's played a very delicate shot back and but tipping backwards and forwards there. Two all here. Down here it's 3-0 to Avon. So Avon again has played a a safety shot and left Essie with a full length shot on the black, which I don't think he can pot. It's cut, oh, it's a yeah. How big are your balls? So Avon has got 4 balls on the table still, and 3 of them are actually now tied up together. So Avon's got a bit of work to do here. Essie's now brought the black out. Off the cushion, but I think Avon's still got that pocket covered. So he'll just be thinking about opening them up and leaving the white tricky. Oh, has he snookered them? So Avon's playing a very tactical frame here. Essie's been on the black for a few shots now, so Avon's just working at getting his balls in good position. Oh, Essie just missed a black, amazing attempt at that shot. So I was saying before about the 30-second rule in this game. So the ref's actually now over timing this match that's on the live stream between Jim and Malcolm, just to try and speed things along a bit. And everybody plays at their own pace. There's naturally fast players and naturally slower players, and you'll find those that play snooker are usually a bit slower when they play pool. So Avon's still at the table, and he's now down to his last ball, and doesn't look like it's too difficult. Just making sure he doesn't go off here, I think. Then he'll be on the black. Off to the middle pocket. Oh, he got that last ball of his. He's on the black, but it's not far from a gimme. White's close to the black, and oh, and he missed it. So that will leave Essie with a shot on the black, and I think it's tough, but it is cuttable. It's probably 3/4 table length ball. No, somebody else said it's easy. Depends on your abilities, I guess. Yeah. So that changes the score now. Essie's on the board, which is something we all like to see. So Avon leads 3-1 in a race to 4. And we can see on the table here, these gentlemen are having a long frame here, still 2-all. I guess the hard thing for Jim here, there's nothing hard about the 3 balls that are left, but he's then got to get on the black, because that 9's blocking the black from that pocket. You know, Jim could play this 5 and run the white up so that he can place the 3 and clips that 9 out of the way. It's an option, but it's all about getting the right angle on the 3 ball. Yeah, so he could, if he can move the 9 here. unlucky Jim. He needed to clip it on the way in. So this is an easy pot for Malcolm, and he's just got to get himself on the black. Yeah. Go in the middle pocket. If you miss it, you're leaving an awkward shot back to the opposition. Yeah, good shot, Malcolm. So Malcolm leads 3-2 in a race to 4 against Jim Broad from Hornby. Three-two to Malcolm. So we've got the last of the quarterfinals going at the moment. There's 2 matches. Avon Placid's playing Essie Pinelli, and the score's 3-1 to Avon. And Peter Agnew is into the semis. He'll be playing the winner of Malcolm and Jim. And Richie Kingy is waiting on the winner of Essie and Avon. And for those that have just tuned in, the winner of the trophy event was Craig Roberts. Beat Tom Safaro.
He gave me a temper, yes, they gave me some sours.
Oh, Murray Davies is one of our audience, seeing as he's now not good enough to be playing, and firing cheek at the commentary table, as expected. Good on you, Murray. So Essie's just had a shot, and the body language said it all. The head hung low. He got the pot, but wasn't happy, obviously, with the positioning he had. So it looks like Essie and Avon's game. Avon's got one of the pockets covered, so a bit of a tactical game going on here. It's 3-1. Yep. Yeah, I've told them it's 3-1.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm thinking, oh. So for all those out there that are pool lovers, I'm sure you're all aware that the Ladies Nationals are on in Tauranga at the end of September, followed by the National Opens the first week of October. So it'd be nice to see as many people there. It'd be great to see for a lot of people. It might be their only big tournament of the year, with most of the other ones being cancelled. Originally the ladies wasn't going to be held, but they changed their minds and decided to have it. So that's good for everybody to throw in as many pool competitions as they can. I know every club around Christchurch is trying to squeeze all their club champs in, and with the likes of the Richmond club playing out of Woolston and SAS playing out of New Brighton, I think. SAS here at Papanui, Hornby playing out of Cashmere. You know, very limited tables around to play club champs. I know Hornby's and Richmond are opening up about September, so they'll be probably trying to squeeze in as many of their club champs as they can. They won't be able to do all the tournaments they usually do, but you know, get in a few of them, ladies singles, men's singles, and the pairs events maybe. But I'm sure all going well, we can keep the COVID at bay, and everything will be back to normal as far as pool in New Zealand next year. So everything's just been put on pause, and I think when you look at what's happening overseas, we're lucky that we're still playing pool at all. So of that we should all be very, very grateful. Oh, Jim, I think just had a foul there on the black. Yep. Malcolm had spotted it anyway. Sometimes, in all fairness, sometimes when you have a foul you actually don't notice, especially if the cue hits another ball. I mean, yeah, your cue hits another ball, which is what Jim was doing then. He was playing over the top. So sometimes you don't notice. And sometimes you're that focused on your ball you don't notice that you've fouled. Most people in the game are honest. Not all, sadly, but it was lovely to see the juniors playing last week at the Alan Cowan Memorial Tournament and calling fouls on themselves, and that's a great credit to them and their parents and the people that have helped them with the game. Oh, that's a great shot, Malcolm. That's a really good shot. So that will be a win for Malcolm. So congratulations to Malcolm Pollock, beating Jim Broad 4-2 and filling up the third spot in the semi-finals. Malcolm will be playing Pete Agnew. And then we're just waiting for the last match to finish. Avon Placid's playing Essie Pinelli, and Avon's up 3-1. And the winner of that will be playing Richie Kingy. So this frame's nearly coming to an end with Avon and Essie. Avon's currently at the table. Oh! Managed to stop the ball from going in the pocket by kicking his body around, as we all do. Well, some of us. No, I didn't. So Avon's just taken out that last frame. So congratulations to Avon Placid, being the last semi-finalist to go through. And good match, Essie. So we'll probably just be having a little break here now while these guys have a wee breather. And we'll come back to you shortly.
My hair.
Can you hear already again? You're
My hair.
going to get on the camera
You
again?
choking my hair?
No.
What's the matter with it?
I give people shit every
Oh.
night. We're going to do the hair, the makeup, again. Ready for the TV thing.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's good fun. Oh. Yeah, I've got to go. I've got to go home. I'll be at home and about go home and just put the TV on and stream on it. I'll watch myself. The city finals. Eight finals I've been in. Four times.
You're welcome.
Oh, this will be good. This will be good. Yeah, you can't do it.
Can they hear me?
Yeah.
Just for those that are watching and wondering what's happening, we're just waiting for the semi-finals. One of the matches, or both the matches of two of the quarterfinals have just finished, so they're just having a quick break, and then we'll get on to the semi-finals, obviously on the two live stream tables. We've got Malcolm Pollock playing Pete Agnew, and on the other table will be Richie Kingy playing Avon Placid.
One more match.
Rehada, you're going on that one. Right, on live stream table 1, the sponsors Greg Inglis. We're going to have Malcolm Pollock Formby, Peter Agnew Cashmere. Best of 7. Table 1. On live streaming table 2, we're going to have Rehada Kingy Woolston, Avon Placid Cashmere, and your table sponsored by Darren Curtin
Right, the players are just getting ready now, coming to the table for the semi-finals of the 2020 Papanui Masters. We've had a field this weekend of, I think, about 80 odd players. Some from the North Island, so it's been a great weekend of pool. Tracy Andrews been organising the tournament like she normally does, pushing the games through, so kept well to time. Nice food from the kitchen and bar staff as usual. Big heads up to Daryl from On Cue. Great tables, great facility here at Papanui. Got referees here, the whole shebang. And now a few of the crowd who aren't playing are now relaxing and enjoying themselves. And pardon?
Still race to 4.
Yeah, race to 4 again with all these, as you can see. So we're away with both of the frames now. Okay, so Richie there trying to squeeze through the gap there. I don't know if he stopped the I don't think I can eat anymore, to be honest.
Give them away if you can.
I will,
just clearing it.
but thank you. I will see if someone else would like these. This is one of the few tournaments that can't eat. Most of them are open. Oh, close shot there from Richie Kingy. So Avon coming to the table. Not a whole lot on there. That's easy. That 4 will go down there, or he might put the 5 up the top corner here. And over, that's a great shot from Avon.
One's on the phone, it's charging. We're playing personal phone.
So Malcolm's obviously looking at those 2 balls on the side. He's got to break them open. try and do that now. Say, yeah, just missed it. He's got to make sure he doesn't give Pete a free ball here too. Behind that black. Which is quite likely if he played those balls on the cushion, but try and bring that white all the way back again, is he? Yeah, I think he was hoping to bring that white right back to the cushion. Played the 5 onto the 2 here, probably. Oh. Yeah, it's alright. Pete can sink this 5 and all the way back to the right hand cushion and back again. Nice. That's a great shot. Probably just play it and black into the middle. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so good finish there for Pete Egg. Up 1-0 on Malcolm Pollock. Well, the table's a bit trickier down there up at the top left-hand pocket. 2 big ones and a small one in the middle, so you're going to have to think about where it's going to run. I even got to try and bring that 4 out. Oh, he might get lucky here. Oh, definitely a bit of luck there. And he acknowledges it too, which is respectful. We'll need a bit of luck in the game. Yeah. Probably a wee bit straighter than you'd hope there on that 6 ball, but... Whee! That's a lovely black. Nice finish, Avon. One of these players, it just makes it look so easy. Avon. Oh, and Pete on here. So Pete Egg up 1-0 on Malcolm Pollock and Avon up 1-0 on Richie Kingy. Yeah, it's a nice shot there from Malcolm.
Only 2 more matches.
was talking to Vista. Tricky shot here for Malcolm, but oh, that's a great shot. Just a wee tap in here and come round over for the black. Nice. Wee bit hampered over the top, but that shouldn't be a problem. Missed that. Missed it by quite a bit. Right, Pete, he's just got to get in here and clean these up, which he's more than capable of, obviously. He wouldn't be in this position in the tournament if he wasn't. A reminder that next weekend is the Canterbury Pairs. It will be live streamed on both days, coming from the same venue here. Yes? Yep. Keep getting confused about all these tournaments and where they are. There'll be some good pool there. There'll be a ladies event and an open event, so the ladies can choose to play in one or the other. Can't play in both, obviously, with being on the same day, but even if it was on different dates, they can only choose to play in one or the other. It sounded like a horrible miscue from Avon. You can usually hear them, you don't need to see them. So Pete just weighing up his options here as he not altogether happy with going for that 11 down the cushion. It's not the easiest of shots, and if he missed, he's given Malcolm the opportunity to get the frame, so that's a better shot. Can just tap the 15 in the middle and get a bit closer to the 11. As long as it's not too straight, it'll be good for the 9. Ooh, up. Oh, yeah. Got a wee angle here, which is good to bring it out for the 9. Straight ball here, but I don't think that will be an issue for Pete. Just needs to concentrate on the pot. He'll be fine for the black anyway.
Daniel, Des was beaten by Avon in the last 16, 4-1.
Yes, Daniel, I was had my money, if I was a betting woman, on Des Blair being in the final. I told him he let me down. So that's nice shot there from Malcolm Pollitt. He's up now to... Oh. Is it 2? Is it 2? Just double checking the score, right? Oh yeah, 1-1. Yeah, Pete got the black and yellow. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I thought you said 2. Oh no, we've gone wrong there. People in the audience trying to put us astray and get us to up the score for somebody. Where's your $20? So 1-1 obviously there. Pete and Malcolm, and Avon's up 1-1 and he's having a shot at the black there.
Well, you're going to be joined very shortly by Alex Stones.
Oh, great.
So,
good, he can take over.
No, joining you apparently.
I can't believe I've been talking all day. Everybody would say that's normal for me, but Paul's been good company. It's very hard to do this commentary by yourself because it's nice to be able to have conversations about it.
I haven't been on the mic most of the day, but Claire's been able to bounce things off me. I've been busy doing other things for the live stream. And
yeah, he's been running around and then the internet went down, so everything's unpredictable and you have a panic moment and then it's like we're looking at some technical thing and next minute a frame's finished and you're trying to figure out what the score is, and so it's not easy. We get the refs to help us out sometimes by wandering out. So Paul asked me before, who do you think is going to be in the final, and before the game started, and I says Avon and Pete, but we all know that anything can happen in this game. My apologies to the Malcolm and Richie fans. So we had a foul break over there. So the opposing player has a choice to come in and break or let the same person break again.
I need to make room anyway.
Alex, so what are you going to have my chair? Or are you going to go quiet?
I'll go quiet. You're better off. I'm better off focusing on.
Is he on this one, is he? So I understand we've got a classy commentator coming in to join us. I was hoping he'd just replace me, but Paul said no, I've got to sit here. Alex Stones is on his way. Alex is well used to the commentary and is largely responsible, or part of a team responsible for getting all this live streaming going. He does podcasts, he's just into doing anything that will promote the sport, which is absolutely fantastic. And on top of that, he's a damn fine pool player. Level of play gets higher and higher as the day goes by, and more serious, and concentration from the players needed, which is hard after a long day's play and early start and a full day's play yesterday. It's hard to keep your focus sometimes. Yeah, sometimes like Avon just had then, you get a nice little break open of a couple of balls, but then you don't actually end up in a very nice spot for your next, which is the situation he's in now. He's got 3 balls left and none of them in a really easy position, really. Does he double that? Yeah, double that one in front of the 6 and see if he can. At least sometimes it's good just getting a Oh, yeah. Just get the cat amongst the pinches, and sometimes it's good in a game of pool if you've got nothing on. Think about where your white's going, or think about what you're leaving them. Getting something in the way, tying up a ball, getting something in front of the black. And there's plenty of options. You don't always have to pot a ball. Good bit of foot action there from Richie Kingy there, trying to get the ball to go into the pocket, and it seemed to help. We do all sorts of things to help guide the ball in sometimes. Oh, Malcolm will be upset with that. Which could have been a nice clearance there, 5, 6 to 8 after that. So I think Pete probably just needs to pop this. Not sure that 10 will pass the 5. No, the 10 won't clearly go past the 5, but you can certainly come off the cushion and get in the way of it. Yeah, and get the 6 to stop this white ball here. Oh, that was a... I'll be disappointed with that. So Malcolm comes back to the table and go 5, 6, 7, 8, I'd imagine. Might have gone a wee bit further than he'd hoped here. He's got to be mindful he doesn't hit the black ball here. I think he's playing a bit of bottom here, is he? Yeah. He had to play a confident pot there. And he did, and was successful, so he's going to get his posse on the black now. Probably take this one into the middle again, like he did with the last frame. Yeah, good shot, Malcolm. So Malcolm's up now 2-1, and the table's interesting when you it's always an interesting frame when you got a black sitting right over a pocket. Just adds that little bit of extra pressure. It's just the problem here, getting back on that 4. There he might have come a little bit. Yeah, he's gone too far. I don't think he can get inside that 10 there. It was never going in. Oh, he's jammed in the top pocket. Has an honest little giggle at his good luck. It's all swings and roundabouts in this game. We all have a bit of good luck and a bit of bad luck. So that should be that frame over. And get Richie Kingy on the board. So it's 2-1 to Avon Placid now.
Richie? Richie get that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was really funny because I just typed Richie. Shout out to the 43 people that are watching this. If anybody's got any questions, just fire them through and we'll do our best to answer them.
Our Florida mate tuning back in, I see. Bang time, Paul.
Oh, hello. Yeah, hello to America. We're famous in little old New Zealand. Must be the middle of the night over there, surely.
He said good evening, so it's it.
Oh, good evening, yep. See, Daniel Cole's watching. Obviously too hungover to come down today. You were supposed to be in this commentary seat, Daniel Cole, not me.
You've done a good job, Claire.
Oh, thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. You don't need Daniel. You're getting a bad rap here, Daniel. 11:38 p.m. in Florida. Yeah, a few hours difference there. We're 3:35 in the afternoon.
And
I
the day before.
Oh yeah, yesterday. I've been playing pool tournaments where they asked us to play a final at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we just looked at them and said, "No, I can't tell you what we said. It would be a bit rude on here." But yeah, we thought we're not playing a final that would probably finish at 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember playing a match in Australia. I went over and played a match, and we got there on match started at 7:30 at night, and which was 10:30. It was 10:30 for us at that time, and little did I know I'd be playing a match that lasted 4 hours and 20 minutes and a race to 8. It was just ridiculously long, but it wasn't slow play. It was just super tactical games. But by the end of it, I was just about asleep, playing like a drongo because I was so tired. But yeah, just never know. Sometimes you can have quick matches and the two good players or very slow ones. It all depends what happens when that break is made. So still 2-1 to Avon here and 2-1 to Malcolm in the semi-finals here. For those that have just joined us, the final of the trophy round was won by Craig Roberts over Tom Safaru. Was that your phone that was busy? I could feel it. Yeah, nice finish there, Pete. 2-all. I'm a bit disappointed at these men's tournaments. We were here last week and there was bags and bags of lollies to share around. And these men's tournaments and there's none.
Murray Davies ate them
all. Oh, Murray Davies ate them all, apparently.
instead of vicious move.
Oh, now somebody's fibbing about Murray. Poor Murray.
So that's definitely a free ball there. Harry.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a good pool tournament without some rumours anyway, would it? So Pete's got his breaking cue. You'll notice that some people do have a breaking cue. And some people just break with their normal cue. Personally, I have a breaking cue because I remember playing in a very important match and I broke and lost the tip off my cue, which was really awkward when you got 30 seconds, but my partner agreed to let my cue tip be repaired, and 2 minutes later I was playing it again on the table.
Good.
Big welcome to Alex Stones.
Hi Claire, how you doing?
Oh, I'm a bit tired. I can't believe I'm tired from talking all day. I mean, I normally talk all day, but not continually to myself.
I logged into the stream a few hours ago. I was at the top of a mountain, Mount Herbert, over in Diamond Harbour, and I heard you talking, and you're still going, so it's a pretty good job.
I don't think Paul was going to let me leave.
So how are we getting on at the moment?
We're in the semi-finals, and 2 close matches here. We've had the final of the trophy round. I just announced what that result was. So that was won by Craig Roberts over Tom Savaro. So they're going really well to time. As usual, Tracy Andrews has got everybody on their toes and keeping the games flowing. So I think we're probably going to be finished quite a bit earlier than expected, which is always good and actually very unusual in a pool tournament.
Well, especially compared to last weekend at the Alan Cowan. I think the final started about 7:30, and they're going till about 8:30 or something. So it was a long old day.
It was 2 very long days. Actually, it was a very long week getting the draws done, and between the ladies that organised that, it's loads of work getting things prepared before the actual tournament. So heads up to everybody that helps with all the behind the scenes work.
Absolutely. Now, don't tell me you played this weekend, Claire. You don't look a day over 21.
It's a men's event. What are you trying to say, Alex?
oh, sorry, is it? I thought it was open.
I had 3 people come up to me yesterday and say, "Are you playing?" I went, "What? This is a men's event." Oh, sorry. But yes, I will be playing in the Ladies' Masters if it happens. We're trying to get it to happen. The Richmond or Woolston Club are trying to get that event going. There's Papanui who are unable to hold it, just because of time restraints and trying to get as many tournaments played as possible with the coronavirus setbacks.
Well, it's actually quite unique to have a men's tournament, because typically they're either open or they're ladies, especially at the national level. There's no such thing as a national men's tournament in clubs New Zealand, is there?
No, in fact this is the only tournament I know of that's men's only. Would that be correct? I'm sure there is. There any around the country anywhere else? Do you know, Paul?
I can't think of a single one. Perhaps in snooker, but I don't think so in pool. And even in the, well, I mean, you'd know better than me, on the 9-foot table, they're typically open events and ladies as well, aren't they?
Actually, no. Actually, on the 9-foot tables, like as far as regional, they are typically men's events and ladies' events, and the 8-ball, 9-ball and the 10-ball on the 9-foot tables. But if they don't have a certain amount of ladies playing, they will tell them they can play in the men's event. And I was saying to Paul earlier on that in the North Island this year at one of the events, Maurudi played in the men's event, as a couple of the other ladies did, because they didn't have enough ladies to play, and she won the event.
Yes, I remember that. That's incredible, isn't it?
It was a jump shot. It was something to remember. So when she beat me at the Nationals of the 8-ball in Dunedin, I told everybody that there was no shame in getting beaten by Maurudi, as all you men here would know. Yeah, she's a fine cutest.
Yeah, and I didn't. I think Hazel Cook won North Island Pairs title a few years ago. You might know, but it was a little bit before my time. But I think there have been other ladies players that have won in major or national open events.
Actually, I couldn't tell you. God, I'm racking my brain now. I'm not too sure.
I think so. I think Gary Simpson mentioned it on my podcast a couple of years ago. That she might have been playing with maybe Bruce Wilkinson or one of the other Wilkinsons. Maybe someone might know. Let us know.
Yeah, somebody will send us a message. So here Malcolm looks like he's on his last ball. I was saying earlier, Alex, it's, from a commentary point of view or a spectator's point of view, this is where I really like the red and yellow balls. From here we're looking at, is that a big one or a little one in the corner? And, the red and yellow balls are fantastic for viewing purposes.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to commentate.
Yeah.
The problem I have with these balls, because coming from the UK it was all reds and yellows, I've just spent the last few years trying to actually remember the numbers of the balls here. That's the hardest part.
Yes.
So it's okay with the smalls, but with the bigs, it's always like, once I get past 9, it's like 10 to 15 could be anywhere, and just forget which one's which.
I know on the 9-foot tables, they changed the balls. It was different brand of balls, and they were different colours. Two of them, I think, were different colours, and it's like you have to go and look, see what's next.
Yeah, was it the Kamui balls? I think.
Yes.
Was it the purple and the orange that switched around or something for no apparent reason?
Yeah, and it's like, you just get used to it, and it's like, oh. So Pete's got a big job here. Well, not a big job, but Malcolm's was down to his last ball, and unfortunately got out of posse to get position on it. So Pete's just got to work his way down the table here.
How many numbers we got at the moment? 43. I'll do a share on Facebook.
So we'll go 6 probably, then 7 into the middle and 2 into the middle.
The leg,
Trying for that posse, and then you lose your focus on the pot. I don't know if it's a free ball here. Probably. You won't need it anyway, so no one needs to just pop this ball and be on for the black. Just run it through off the back cushion and. So even and Richie looking like they're having a bit of a tactical battle there. Nice shot from Malcolm. Should take it to 3-2. It's Malcolm on the hill.
How do you spell your name? I'm just trying to tag a post.
C-L-A-R-E.
No I.
No I.
I'm not coming up as well. Is that right?
Right, C-L-A-R-E. Yeah, Shanahan.
Is that right?
Oh, I can't see that.
That's how I spell the surname.
It's H-A-N-A-H-E-R.
Oh, E-R.
Yeah. That's it.
I doesn't matter, we'll find it. I just wanted to try and get the numbers up. You just keep talking and I'll be there in a second.
God, I can't believe there's people telling me to keep talking. It's like a dream come true today. So we've got Malcolm on the hill here, 3-2, and Avon's also on the hill. Not looking like my predictions coming true here, Paul. Half of it, maybe. Finally, shows up for the big game.
Yeah.
Takes all the glory.
Malcolm Pollock. Yes.
While all us are here over the hill.
Hi Des, you alright mate? Yeah,
Yep.
we didn't quite make it to the top. Yeah, we need to be carried most of the way.
Yeah, Murray, take this with you. Thanks. I'll get you always skirt for next week.
So this frame here between Malcolm and Pete, it's
You get granny plates for cleaning up after
a bit of work to do here. We've got a couple of little clusters of balls
yeah.
that gonna make it a bit tricky for either of them to. Oh. Richie's got a big shot here. Play this ball up to the top, put a little bit of bottom on it, it'll be over for the black, but can't miss the pot. Oh, he's missed that badly. Oh, he's got a little thank you very much out of that by placing it in front of the 13. Not sure if I even wanted that ball in or not. It's easy enough for him to, you know, pot a ball, set one up, and as long as he doesn't leave a free ball on that. He's going to try and run it up off that 3, or is he just going to pop this in the middle? Yeah, just run it up there. Put the pressure back on Richie.
Share that post.
That's a great shot.
I've already shared the link earlier on.
Alright, I've just shared the YouTube link left, right and centre. Let's see if we can get these viewers up a little bit.
So Richie here's on the 3, so Avon's just rolled that 14 up there to. Oh! Oh, he's a bit lucky there. He's going to have to play a combination shot now, Avon. Although it's not all that difficult, but the white will be coming kind of the wrong way. Play it with a wee bit of weight. How's your luck? Yeah, it's good.
Pretty good. It doesn't get much better than that.
Everybody says there's no luck in this game. There's plenty. Just sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad.
So just one decent positional shot, and
Yeah.
Avon's going to be booking his place in the final. And that's
absolutely perfect.
absolutely perfect.
Well done,
There we go.
Avon, bless her. First finalist. We've got a tight match going on here between Malcolm and Pete. Nice shot. So, Alex, you're playing in the Canterbury Bears next week?
No, unfortunately not. I tend not to really play in the weekend tournaments. Nationals is the only one I make the time for. It's
Right.
just it's not possible for me with the young family, unfortunately.
Exactly. they're only a young family for a pretty short time, I can tell you that.
Yeah, once they grow up and bugger off to university, I'll be at every tournament that's
But
going.
like me,
Believe
every
me.
weekend is pool. I'll be playing pool Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night this week, and I'm thinking I'd like to play snooker, and I'm like, what night's snooker on?
Have you got yourself a partner for next weekend, Claire?
Yes, I'm playing with Shirley Boyce.
Oh, nice, excellent.
Yes. My flatmate. I think there's 20 pairs of ladies. Not 100% sure how many men's there are. I might find out from Tracy. Men's. 20 ladies. 40. 48?
I'm not 100% certain. I just know the football's full.
Yeah, there's around about 48 pairs of men, well, in the Open, we think. Or thereabouts. But the field's full, so...
Are the ladies playing in a separate tournament but at the same time, or are they incorporated into the Open tournament?
No, the ladies can choose to go on one or the other, but they run at the same time.
Right, yep.
Usually they run separate weekends, but with time restrictions, with all the tournaments they're trying to fit in, they did the same with the singles as well.
Yeah, August and July are just pretty nuts in the
Yeah.
Christchurch pool calendar, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's just relentless.
You know, and I worked at Bowie's, and I'd try and arrange a tournament there to try and get some Christchurch players down. So I'd look at the Canterbury pool calendar, and I thought, well, that's a waste of time. There's something on every weekend. It's one of the reasons I'm living here now, Alex. So I can be playing pool every weekend or every other weekend.
Do you know how they're getting on at Bowie's at the moment? I still haven't had a chance to actually get down there and check it out, but I've heard great things about it.
Yep, and I think they ran a B-grade tournament yesterday. 20 players, or they had it limited to 20 players, so I don't actually know how many played and who won it. But that's always good. I got them going last year, and it was good because I think it's really important to have tournaments just for B-graders. Give them an opportunity to play in a final and get that feeling of winning and the pressure of a final, and it boosts their confidence, and it's always good for anybody's pool. So I think Super League finished there quite a while ago. I played my 27 matches before I left. You know, when I left, I still had 15 matches to play in 3 weeks, so I got through all of those. So I've just had a message to say that in the Canterbury Opens next week, or the Canterbury Pairs, there's 20 pairs in the ladies event and 66 pairs in the Open. So that should be a great weekend here at the Papanui Club.
Yep, that's a cracking field.
I think there'll be long days. Paul's sitting here smiling and thinking about the hours he's going to be sitting here at the streaming tables.
Yeah, that's going to make last weekend look like a walk in the park, isn't it?
So we'll have to make sure there's plenty of lollies in the jar. Yeah. Tracy's just been told how many are in it, and she's going, oh yes, fantastic. We'll have a big lolly jar though. Yes, yeah. You know, it was great having 9 juniors playing last weekend at the Alan Cowan tournament, but when they saw that lolly jar, man, it disappeared.
And pairs is tough as well, because it's just naturally a lot slower than singles play, isn't it?
It is.
All of a sudden you've got not just your own opinion, but you've got your friend's opinion.
Yeah. Well, even worse, I like tournaments that are Scotch pairs. I think they're great, because it's a true pairs event. And it's harder to play because you've got to play for positioning for another person who might be right-handed or left-handed, might be good at cuts or doubles, and I like it. And everybody thinks it's going to be even slower, but they actually have found that Scotch pairs isn't. They don't tend to talk as much as people would expect them to. Oh, it's a great attempt there from Pete Egg. So Malcolm needs 2 good shots, and the third one should not be too hard. This first one's always the hardest. Your hardest shot when you go to a table is always the first one.
And speaking of last weekend, Claire, you had a great chance to beat Simon Singleton, didn't you?
Don't remind me. Funnily enough, I might have got down to the last 16 and as you say, had opportunities to beat Simon. You know, I was 1-0 up and then missed a black in the second frame. But that's Paul. But what I take away from last weekend, actually...
that's a good shot.
...was my first match against John Saundercock. And winning against him was a great match. I said to him it was more like a game of chess. You know, John is so... I said to him afterwards, I said, I bet you were really, really good at maths and science at school. And he said, yeah. I said, yeah, I loved that game. Every shot was very, very calculated.
It's a great shot by Malcolm. I think he's about to take out this match, book his place in the final. Well played, Malcolm Pollock, as he defeats Peter Agnew 4-2, and that completes our final lineup. So it'll be Malcolm Pollock versus Avon Placid, and that'll be getting underway hopefully in the next 5-10 minutes or so. But me and Claire will keep talking to keep you interested. Sorry, Claire, you were just talking about your match against John Saundercock at the Alan Cowan last weekend.
Oh yes, yeah. It was, as I said, it was like a chess game, and you know I really admire and respect John's game. He's always been a very calculated player, and you can see him just. You know, all the things are going. You imagine what's going through his head about this and that and the next thing, and you can see he's got great focus, which is something I actually don't have all that much. My attention span is like, but that's something I've got to work on. And luckily, I did that well on Tuesday night. I had to play Daniel Cole. Daniel will love this, but he smashed me last weekend. He did 3 8-balls in the section play, so. I'd won 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and then Daniel came along and beat me 3-0 with 3 8-balls. But we had Interclub on Tuesday night, and revenge was sweet.
Oh, nice. And this is, so obviously Daniel plays for Kashmir Gold, and you play for, is it Hornby Silver, Claire?
Yes.
Yep.
And we had a 25-all draw.
Oh, really?
So that
fantastic.
Was the team just, it was outstanding performance from the team. It was really, really great.
Yeah, because my team, the Hustlers, we played you the week before and just narrowly beaten you, I think, hadn't we?
Yes, yeah, yep. I can't remember what the scores was. But yeah, we've done well. You know, we started the season with the other Hornby team, Hornby Gold team, and we had a victory over them, so that was always good, having that little bragging rights at the end of the season, I guess. But no, the team performed really well. I mean, we all know that Kashmir Gold and Kashmir Silver are 2 outstanding teams, and we've got Kashmir Silver this week. So it's like, whew, another easy match. Great.
On the stream last week, I think John Gower mentioned you changed the name from Hornby Silver to, was it the Tigers, which is in line with Alan's rugby league team, is that correct?
Yes, so that's what the plan is, and we're going to be wearing the new Alan Cowan shirts, and that will be the team's name, the Tigers, so in honour of the legend.
Yeah, no, that's touching tribute. But yeah, just going back to your game against Simon. I mean, I've watched a lot of Simon's matches during the last few years, and I haven't seen him look so rattled and miss so many shots. I don't know what you were doing to him, whether it was, you know, just the pressure he was under, being on the stream table, realising that he was
playing a girl.
Yeah, potentially. But yeah, you really had him rattled for those first few frames, didn't you? And I really thought you you could take it out. You had a chance to go. Was it 2-1 or 3-1 up? I can't remember.
Yeah,
at the
I should have
time.
been
Yeah.
2-0 up.
Yeah.
I missed that black into the middle, which would have been 2-0 up. And then in another frame, he had a free ball, and I think all my balls were on the table, and he took one and snookered himself. So that was really unfortunate for him. But I did have my opportunities. I have played Simon before, but usually he annihilates me, as he does with most people he plays. There's no doubt he's one of the best in the country, if not the best, across all the different pool in the country. So that was good. But I also had a really good match against a relatively new player, I understand, to the charter club scene and the tournament scene, and that's Linus. Can't remember his surname. Sorry, Linus, if you're listening. Friend of Corey Reed's.
Okay.
He was a great player. I was down 2-1 to him, and just managed to scrape through that match to play Simon, actually. So I was proud of myself getting ninth equal out of 145 people.
Yeah, that's a great
I
result.
think Jojo was the other one that had got to the last 16 in the females, and I think it was Adam that
She
put her
lost
out.
to Adam Lilly,
Lost
yeah.
to Adam Lilly. That's harsh, having to play your partner. So Jojo's a great player. So I've got messages coming in from these young juniors last week that, yes, admitting that they were emptying the lolly jar we were talking about before.
A lot of kids high on sugar last weekend, were there?
Yeah. Yes, they were. Kerry, hi to you, Kerry. Kerry Scott, I met her a few weeks ago, one of the first pool tournaments I played in after moving back to Christchurch. And I was fortunate enough to draw Kerry as my partner in the Ian Davidson Ladies Pairs, and that's a tournament where an A grade lady will partner a B grade lady. So she drew me, and she became my team captain, and we got to the final. We had a great match. I had a great day, so it was wonderful, Kerry. So the guys are just having a bit of a break now. Getting ready for the main event.
It's a cracking venue here at the Bowling Club. I think I mentioned in the commentary last week, it's nice to have a tournament where you're all in the same room as well.
Oh, it is. It's nice to all be together. You know, you don't get many venues, but of course we couldn't have 24 here.
Oh, yes please, mate. Just whatever beer they've got. Yeah, Heineken's perfect.
I love a lemonade. Yeah. Do you do lemonade, or is it only? Yeah, it's soft drink.
Only when I put ginners on the
A lemonade would be great,
I've just got one,
thanks, Des.
thanks.
Yeah. Oh, Des Blair down from the North Island is finally come and offered me a drink, and I don't think he wants to get me one because I said I'd have a lemonade. A great character.
Yeah, it's good to see Des popping down.
Yeah, I must admit I said to Paul earlier that I would have picked Des to be in the final.
Do you know who knocked him out?
Was Avon Placid.
Last 16.
Yeah.
Oh, Avon Placid 4-1 in the last 16. Okay, knocked him out. Yep, there.
Two will be Southern Pollock from Hornby, Avon Placid, Cashmere. They're both sexuals, really.
Oh, we'll have none of that.
Referee Nicole. And you're playing best of 7.
So confirmation of a race to 4, best of 7. Have they been playing best of 7s throughout the post-section play? Yeah.
No, just from last 16.
Just from last 16, yeah. I heard you had a tight battle with Kiri, did you? You had a tight battle with Kiri.
What's his?
You were 8 all, and then he rattled off the last 3. So. How'd you play in the middle? Shit.
In the middle we're both good.
Yeah. Were there any people watching? Oh, yeah.
So I've actually just had a report in from Dunedin, and I've had a message to say that what I thought was a B grade tournament was won by Glenn Spears. I think there were hardly Glenn the Burglar playing in a B grade tournament. They have 14 players, and he beat Saab 5-3. So that's good that tournaments are still happening down there.
But I'd heard a story from a few years ago when I think Adam Marlowe, I guess he was Dunedin based, and he was relatively new to the country and people didn't really know who he was, and I think he turned up and won a B grade tournament.
Oh, that'd be right.
The ultimate burglar.
Yeah, absolutely.
England international player playing in a B grade.
Why don't the English only come over here because they can't win over there?
I tried that and I can't win over here.
That's why Simon's here, isn't it?
Yeah. So here we go, guys. Final time, Avon Placid breaking off. The race to 4 against Malcolm Pollock. Two very experienced players. Clay, you probably know more about them than me.
Yes, I've known Avon for a long time. Pretty much since I started playing 13 odd years ago. He was probably at one of the first tournaments I came down. I was at his 60th birthday party last week. Big party and a lot of family and friends there from all over the country. Malcolm, I've known him, but I haven't really kind of, I don't know if I've ever played against him. But yeah, when you hear those names, you know they're good players because you hear the names around all the time.
It's Malcolm Pollock representing the Shirley St Albans club.
Which has sadly disappeared, I understand.
Yeah, they're playing out of the playing out of our club, Papanui club. Yeah. Malcolm making light work of this first frame.
Gosh, yes.
Is he going to screw back on the 6 or just roll? If he rolls it through, there isn't much room for error, is there, on that black?
Surely the safest thing is screw it back and then black down the top pocket, bottom pocket here. Oh, he's having a look.
Is he going to maybe he's just going to try and stun it in and then potentially just cut
Big
the black?
risk, though. Surely your percentages are it's going to be safer to screw back. If you're out by a little bit, yeah, it's safer. Oh no, he's going for it. I'm not too sure he's gone far.
Have we got a side angle? No.
You can't quite see from this angle, but
He looks like he could be snookered or he can just barely see it. Yeah, so
you
the
can
percentages would have been better to
yeah,
screw it back.
I think you can see a slither of it, but
Yeah, he'll be cross with himself because he obviously weighed up screwing it back as well, as you would. But I'm not too sure he can actually... He certainly wouldn't be able to see it to pot it in the middle, but he's obviously screwing around it a bit, putting a bit of...
oh,
Oh,
disaster.
that's a gutting way to lose a frame.
That's really going to hurt because it was quite unnecessary for him to
Yes,
get in that position in the
exactly.
first place.
You know, you always got to look at the risks and take the safe away. And there was plenty of room there for him to screw back and get on that black. And
Yeah, he had 3 options, and he went for the hardest one.
Hardest
I thought.
one. If he'd gone through, there was a bigger gap to come through between those other 2 balls.
But how often does that happen, though, Claire? You know, you're playing in a high pressure situation, and sometimes you don't see the obvious shots.
Yeah, you have a shot in your mind, a little plan of what you're going to do, and then it just goes belly up just like that.
You just have a bit of a brain fade, but
And it's not really a good feeling being on the winning side of a frame like that.
well, you celebrate on the inside, don't you? You don't
Yes.
celebrate openly those
Some do,
frames.
but it's only the really inappropriate ones.
But at least he gets the immediate opportunity to come back to the table.
True.
There's nothing worse than having something like that happen, and then you have to wait 5 minutes for your next shot.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can forget about it and move on quickly.
Yeah, and that's the trick really in this game. I was speaking to one gentleman yesterday and told him, look, the trick of this game at this stage when you come into tournaments, it's about your headspace. 90% of it's about your headspace, and it's having that ability to move on from a bad shot. You carry a shot into the next shot or the next frame, and you might as well just walk away from the table. You know, you can't beat yourself up. There's no point in it. History, it's done. Learn something if you can. I always try and take positive out of every shot. Whether it's you might have missed, it was close, it was a hard shot, you got posi on the next ball, or you played safety. Hey, if all else fails, take a positive. You made someone else happy, even if it is your opponent. You know, you bring negativity into your game, and your body's not gonna cooperate with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Malcolm's looking pretty good in this frame as well. Let's hope he
Yes,
can
he
just
is.
hold it together.
Yep.
Doesn't want to run through too much on this, and that's exactly what happened.
Gosh. And he'll be still kicking. And thoughts of the last frame will still be in his head, and now, you know, he's shaking his head. And
But he can potentially if he can just cut this 14 past the 5 and just try and get it over that pocket.
I'm not sure that it'll go. It looks like it'll almost come straight 90 degrees back to that cushion. It's hard to tell sometimes from these angles with the TV. Yeah. And geez, it's not a... Yeah, it's a shame the white couldn't have come a bit closer to this back cushion there. He wouldn't have really left him much at all then. He's got 2 options, really. I don't know what he's looking at here, Avon.
Well, Malcolm's kind of saved by the fact that Avon's balls are not in great positions,
No,
and
it's terrible.
there's 4 of them,
Yeah,
which are
and
not
gimmies.
good. Mm.
He's got to do this and try and just... So is he going to go... Oh, he's too straight. No, 2 to...
Yeah,
I
he
think
hasn't
he's
got
probably
enough of
hoping
an
to get
angle
the
there.
angle to come over and break something out, or I think the 1 will go easily past that 5. It's hard to tell. I don't know why I'm moving. It's not actually changing the angle. It's been a long day.
Well, he went for it, but didn't think he had enough angle, but he really
That
forced
was
it
a
through.
good try. I guess he can, if he can, he's got to get that 1 dead on, because the white's going to come across for that. Malcolm's last ball in that pocket. He's just going to leave him a straight shot here. Oh, wow. Wow. I didn't think that was on. So even if he plays the 4 up here now, he's not leaving Malcolm with anything, but he needs to do something about breaking out these balls. As long as he doesn't give him a free ball, he should be fine. If he just clips that 6 maybe, or 5 and 6, moves them both a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. Can't do much else really. Put the pressure on Malcolm, you know.
But he has given Malcolm an opportunity to... It's a ridiculously fine cut,
Yes.
but he can just get it over that pocket, or at least
get him
block
in
the
the way,
5.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to. He's got no other choice but to go for it.
Looks like he's
Bit of side
jacking it
angle.
up the side, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. got to take charge of this. Avon's very lucky he didn't move that 14 across a little bit further. Now he can just pot. He can probably pot out from here. Take the 5, then run up for the 4. Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, well, he is lucky that the D's at least at the other end of the table. But he might take the 6 as a free ball here.
Yeah, that would probably be the sensible
Most
shot.
obvious thing, isn't it?
And that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot.
Bit of a shame he's so straight, but he's almost dead straight on that by the look of it. Just force it through and try and force an angle, but sometimes you rattle the ball then. Whoa! That's a great shot. Do we bounce?
Yeah, deserved to be in a better position with the white, but still,
Yeah.
he's got it.
At least on these tables with the whites being the size they are, it's not so bad, but you play with a little white, those cushion shots are nasty.
But just going back to a point you were making a little bit earlier, Claire, at the start of the frame, I mean, I remember listening to a professional pool player recently, and they said something along the lines of, look, in any given match, you are 100% going to make mistakes, you're going to miss shots that you wouldn't normally miss, but often the winner of the pool match is not the person who plays better, it's who can recover from adversity the quickest.
Yes. So true.
And deal with, like you say, sort of losing on the black or whatever. It's just been able to put it out your mind and move on, really.
Especially at this level. You're here because you can pop balls from anywhere.
Who got that last one?
Yeah, you're here because you can play pool. And it's definitely a mind game from here. If you can keep calm when you make a mistake, if you can keep confident, and also be smart about it. Don't be, and I was saying before that, I beat John Saundercott the other day, and there were so many times in that match, especially one frame where I just wanted to have a go. There's a clearance here, and I thought, I can't, because if I miss, it's the end of the frame. There's no way John was going to not finish off. So I used another tap, another safe shot, and try and tempt him into doing something he doesn't really want to do, but he has no choice but to do it.
Mm.
So that's what it's all about. It's all about your head at this level. Any level, actually. No matter what game you're playing. It's about keeping your head together. And somebody was saying about, oh, God, I'm on the TV table. I hate being on the TV table. And I said, well, just pretend you're not. It's the last thing you need is adding extra pressure to yourself. Just pretend you're not. Pretend you're at home in the garage or whatever.
It is tough the first few times on the stream table, though, isn't it? And I've seen people just completely collapse and miss shots they wouldn't normally miss.
Or go for shots they wouldn't even normally go. Because they think, oh, somebody at my club's really good, and they'll be watching this and it's screaming at me. What are you going for that shot, you dumbo? So, just play a normal game. But yeah, we all do that on the TV table and just... I was like that, you were talking about my match with Simon. Yeah, I missed a shot in the middle, but I wasn't worried about the TV table. I just ignored it. I just play your match. Bit of a messy frame here, but obviously the unders are the ball of choice. Oh, he'll be disappointed the other one went in as well. With the black sitting there. These rules, I was saying earlier with, blocking pockets. There's a skill in not sinking a ball, that's for sure. Sometimes it's easier not to sink a ball than it is, but gosh, it's frustrating when they go down when you don't want them to. More frustrating, I think, than missing them. You've got room to wiggle that black in if you can get onto the...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This 9 inside the 6, I'd say, and try and trickle that 6 up and make it an awkward shot for Avon.
And Malcolm's playing really nice so far in this final, aside from the fact that He fouled on the black in the first frame, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he's actually missed a pot so far.
That's another grey. Yeah, a wee bit hard maybe, but getting on that 12 is going to be the trick here, I think. You can probably come across for that 11 after the shot, but I guess he's looking at the it's 10, is it? And then coming across for the 11 and 12 up the top. Oh, that was unlucky. I think Avon needs to do something maybe to block this pocket up. Close it right up. Oh, as you can see, that 7 inside that 14, can he?
Yeah, the conservative shot might just be to completely
Block the pocket.
block that black.
Very unlucky. I always like it when players that go for those, you know, ballsy shots, that it's nice for them to get a reward.
Just got a text from my wife, a list of ingredients to
Bring home
go and pick
for
up
dinner.
after the pool.
So it's not KFC and McDonald's then.
No. Judging by what she's asking for, I think she's baking a cake, butter, flour and icing sugar.
Well, you'd like to think that would be a cake of some description. Otherwise you're going to have a funny tasting curry. Yeah, what time will the cake be cooked? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Again, Malcolm's going for the shot he needs to. You can't just wait around. It's no point in keep looking at it after every shot and seeing, oh, that awkward shot's still here. And again, Avon's going to do what he has to do. Well, they look pretty tight in there, though. I'm sure a bit of a push, that 7 will go through. Then it could be a run out for Avon if he can get. Because the 1 might be the shot next. Oh. Oh. Makes it a little bit more interesting. Got that rub off that other ball there, and tricky now. I'd be tempted to do the old safety in the corner like I said before. Yep. It's a wise shot. You know, it's not about being a chicken or playing like a girl, like so many people say. It's about being smart and trying to win the game and doing whatever you need to do in those particular rules to do so.
Yeah, especially in a final. Just get over the line, do what it takes.
Absolutely. Oh, Terrell. I can't believe I'm actually tired from talking. That's a miracle, isn't it? I can hardly believe it. So even does he take the 5 next, or is he going to get that 1? You know, that 1's in an awkward. He's got an awkward pot on that 1. Maybe he takes the 5 or.
Yeah, one's a bit risky because that cue ball's going to be flying into those two bigs in the middle.
It's a quite handy ball as a a little bit of a annoyance for Malcolm too. Oh, taking that 4.
It could be a clever shot 'cause it's an opportunity to try and remove Malcolm's ball.
Oh, that's a good shot. That is a very good shot. I don't know if the 13 will go past the 5, but it's limited a lot. So he's making him. That's the thing about this game. You want to force your opponent to take the ball that you want them to play. Oh, look at that.
Fortune favours the brave.
He actually looked at that shot though. He looked across at that shot, so I don't really think it was a fluke. Shirley's just messaged me and she said, "Lol, are you tired of talking?"
You got to remember that everything you say.
So it was a nice pot by Malcolm, but he snookered himself. Just going to play a little swerve around that 4 ball. Opportunity for Avon to go for a clearance here. Is he going to start off with the 2 or the 5?
He might as well go for an easy ball to start. If he goes for the 2, that seems like a sensible thing in case something goes belly up. He's protecting the... Whoa. Oh, well, he's all right.
Yeah, and he's retained his safety with the black as well.
Yeah, 4 next, and then, well, depending on where it ends, 5 or 6. Still going to have trouble getting this. Oh, that's the 3 up there, isn't it? Trouble on these TV tables. The red and the orange look very similar. Probably something to do with being old and half blind too. Oh, he'll be glad that black's where it is now.
Is that a free ball?
Nah. I did say I'm old and blind, so maybe it is. I don't think so. I think you can probably get through there. He must be able to. He's not asked for a free ball, so... We've got 54 people watching now. Say hello to everybody out there that's watching. Thanks, Cooper. I don't know if you're talking to me or Alex. Saying he likes the commentary.
Well, you've been going for 12 hours, Claire, so he's probably talking about you. What a shot this is.
That's... Wow. Very unfortunate. Malcolm didn't turn out a little bit better for him.
So just going to tap this black up to the 5, do you think? And
I think so.
Try and manufacture a free ball.
The danger is if you end up... Yeah, that's not too bad. If you end up touching it, then it can end up being against you.
So is Avon just going to try and leave this cue ball in an area where it's not a free ball?
I'd say so.
So probably
You've just got to be wise.
Just
or does he
tap the 1 and bring it out?
Does he play the 6, sink the 6, sink the 5, and then play the 1 down and play a safe on that? Was he doubling this? The options are many. Oh yeah, either way, there was no free ball there, I wouldn't imagine. Oh, he's looking. If he can get past that, but I don't think he's got enough of a gap between the cushion and that black ball to be able to kick that 8 out.
Oh, is he looking at going cushion first and kicking the black out?
It's a free ball. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's really hard. Wow, it might be. Wow, I think it might be. Not too sure what the yes, it was obviously a free ball. So Malcolm is now on 18 to 5 as a free ball. So I'm not sure if he's gonna. Too sure it's not that easy a shot. If he probably needs to come off that back cushion, do you think, Alex, and play the black onto the 5? He was looking at that angle before. So if he comes off the cushion first, hits the black and sinks the 5, the black's going to kind of stay, but the white will come out to pop the black then. It's interesting, you never know what's quite going through people's heads.
Oh,
foul. That's a loss of frame.
Loss of frame again.
Unlucky. That's 2 he's fouled on the black. He'll be kicking himself. So Avon's up 2-1 now.
And the frustrating thing as well is that at no stage in these 3 frames has Avon been in contention for any of them.
No, and
Malcolm
hadn't shot on the black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malcolm's been completely outplaying him, but it's just gotten unlucky and fouled on the black twice.
Yeah. So I'd just like to say to the people out there that know me, that they know I'm a really quiet person. Not. I've been getting a bit of stick today about yakking all day, and I must be tired of talking. which nobody can ever believe that I'd be tired of talking. I had a message from someone that was viewing to say that I needed to be louder, and I think that's the first time I've ever been told to be louder. So I love this game. I often have a silent commentary from the sideline in every game I'm watching at any level. So when Daryl asked me last week to come and do some commentary today, I was happy to help out, and I didn't realise I'd be here all day sitting at the table, and Alex comes in just for the glory match. Nice one, Alex, you can take all the praise. Paul's been great, we've been having a chat. It's very hard to be a commentator by yourself. It's always nice to be able to have conversations about the game and the different aspects of tables and everything about the game, so I think Paul and I did pretty well. Paul's just about asleep now, I think. So we have to see how Malcolm goes. Again, we talked about the head game. You know, he'll be frustrated that he's given away 2 frames now, and he has given them away, literally. So
I have to say the loss of frame on the black rule is the one thing I dislike the most about Clubs New Zealand rules, and
yes.
I think this match is a perfect example of
yes,
why we shouldn't have that rule. Like I said, Malcolm's just completely outplayed Avon so far, and he finds himself 2-1 down.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier before you got here, Alex, that I believe that there's one rule that should be across every single set of rules in 8-ball, and that is nomination of the pocket for the 8-ball. I don't believe that any frame should be won or lost, or a match or a championship on a fluke shot on the black. You know, there's many rules. You know, the world rules that I've been playing in Dunedin, and we play at pub level here. Game's not over till the black's down.
Oh, that was a great shot by Malcolm there, just to thread that cue ball through the 9 and the 8 to get perfect posse.
There we go. He's right now. He's back into the frame, back in the match. Yeah, good work, Malcolm.
Well played, Malcolm. So it should be game over. It should be 4-0 to Malcolm now, but
be, yeah.
2 apiece. Moves into a best of 3 for the championship.
So what's your cue sport of choice? Alex, have you played snooker or 9-ball?
No, I grew up playing snooker on a little 6-foot table.
Oh, okay, yep.
In my garage. But it's always been 8-ball pool, really.
Right, and what's your favourite set of rules of the many choices you have?
Well, it was world rules, but after we did the Great Southern Knockouts...
black ball rules, yeah.
I've never played a frame of blackboard in my life, but watching the guys play it was great. Yeah,
it's very positive and aggressive, and I like that too. I'm looking forward to it. The John Berry's coming up, and I understand that will be the black ball rules.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to...
is that black ball? I thought it was still world rules. Have they changed that?
That would be interesting. I'll see if somebody here knows that.
Daryl Chambers will probably know. We'll check with him.
Yeah, because I think that'll be interesting, but maybe because people haven't been playing it as much as perhaps they might have otherwise had it not been for COVID. Actually, I'll see if I can find out.
I would imagine it probably is still world rules because there hasn't really been a black ball tournament in New Zealand aside from the Great Southern Knockout, to be honest.
So that would make it really hard for people to... They might stick with the traditional Super League rules.
There was some talk of a black ball tournament taking place at the Kashmir Club later in the year.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know if that was just pure rumour or what, but it'd be great to see them grow.
Oh, absolutely. You know, whatever's good for the sport, whatever's happening overseas, to help the people that do go and play in the tournaments overseas, I think that's the rules we should be playing. You know, these rules, I was saying earlier to Paul that when I went to Australia, you know, and played in the big guns, people over there say, oh, that's right, you play those stupid, bloody, funny, foul rules, don't you? I knew what they were talking about. It's only funny and strange when you don't understand them.
So Haven just got himself into a little bit of a pickle. He was hoping to take that 7 into the middle, but that's a great shot.
That's a cracking shot. Oh!
Just took
yes,
it long
he's
into the
lucky
bottom.
He's got that 2 on. Just take this and follow it through. He'll be on the 1. I even play with him. Is that a 9-ball cue? It's like quite a thick tip on his cue.
Oh, thanks for that, Graham. Malcolm was runner-up to Phil Wilkinson when he came down for this tournament. I'm not entirely sure of the history and the past results here, so that sort of information is really helpful. So Malcolm just wanting to screw back on his final ball, but not screw back too much. Saved by the jaw.
So here we go at the table. Malcolm is on the overs, I gather?
Yep, so he really just wants to probably just roll this down. It doesn't really matter if it goes in.
For the black anyway. Doesn't go in, yeah. Oh, that's in hole. That's a great shot.
Played it confidently.
Today.
It's been a cracking final so far. Malcolm's been awesome, has to be said.
Yeah, he's definitely been the outstanding potter.
Well played, Malcolm.
Oh, it puts him on the hill.
Certainly deserves this one.
What's the score?
Malcolm's up 3-2.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm glad someone's doing the job.
So Malcolm Pollock moves on to the hill.
Best of what?
First to 4. So we're going to race to 4. We've got the audience getting a bit toey now, complaining they don't know what the score is and what the race to 4 is.
They've had a few too many Fantas, have they, Claire?
Yes, something like that.
It's been a pretty fast match as well.
It has, very fast. There's not been any kind of tactics played, really. Not like they've had in previous matches, both of them.
Well, there was an interesting discussion on the stream last week at the Alan Cowan with regards to the timing rule, and I think there's a general feeling from some that there's perhaps not enough consistency from the referees in terms of, some shots are timed or some matches are timed, but it's impossible to time all of them. But I mean, these two players don't require a stopwatch.
No.
They're playing at a very good pace. But I mean, Barry Appleton made quite an interesting comment, which was along the lines of you don't time the player, you time the match. And my interpretation of that was that it's you look at the context of the match, and you look at where the balls are, how important the game is, blah blah blah, weigh up all of these different factors, rather than timing every single shot with the stopwatch. That was how I interpreted what he was saying.
True. I was saying earlier that I went and played in the big guns in Australia, and I had a match, a race to 8, that every shot was timed, and it still took 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Really?
Now, people think that's absolutely outrageous, but it was just a tactical battle every single frame. And I've been at tournaments, National Clubs New Zealand tournaments, where they haven't timed right through the whole tournament. and then they'll go and time the final, which I think is the most disrespectful thing out. If you haven't timed anything else, why would you time the people that have made their way to the final? And, you know, that sort of thing irks me because it's not consistent. In Australia, when you start playing pool at club level, any level, there's a 20-20 shot. So you've got 20 seconds to... you've got 40 seconds to play a shot, and after 20 seconds you get a warning. And every match you play anywhere, there's a stopwatch and everything's timed. And that's great because it teaches people right from the beginning that they're the rules. These are the rules. And the rules are broken hundreds of times in every tournament as far as timing goes. You know, I understand that they did officially change the rules so you can have an extension in every frame. That's right, is it?
I'm not too sure.
Somebody that's a referee might be able to fill us in on that. They're all too far away to ask. But yeah, it's all about consistency, and also it's about, are they really taking their time all the time? Sometimes you need a little bit more time, especially if you've got a combo or free ball. Or
depends on the shot. Yeah, I mean, there are some shots, like we say, if you're in a final and if you've been playing at a good tempo, but all of a sudden in a deciding frame, you find yourself in, you know, a tough decision.
Yeah, it might be stress or nerves or...
Yeah, you can probably allow them to take, I don't know, you know, up to minute and a half, whatever, but just give them some leeway, basically. Just look at the context of the shot.
Yeah, Paul was just confirmed with one of the referees that yes, the rules have changed and you can, if a match is timed, you can have an extension per frame. You know, I've been to tournaments that, you know, people complain about women being slow all the time, they always do. And sometimes it's because they are slower players, and sometimes you know, they might not be as good at potters as some of the men's, and I'm not trying to be derogatory to women, it's just factual. You know, so they might take a few extra shots to clear a table. So, but you know, I've played in a national semi-final and asked for my match to be timed because my opponent was consistently taking 2 minutes for every shot. And they weren't, if they were necessary, that was fine. I don't have a problem with that. But when I consider that it was obvious what the shot was going to be, and you know, and I'm a fast player, and it's hard actually when you are a quick player. You know, some people have said to me, "Oh, that person's going to play slow because they're playing against you, and try and get in your head, and you got to try and push it out of your head." But you know, it's just like, don't complain about people being slow unless you're going to ask for the match to be timed. So I've done that. And I got through the match fine. We had an extension per frame, and you know, I don't think time foul was called at all. And it made it more interesting for the spectators. People wanted to watch the game because it's more exciting.
Oh, that's a great shot by Malcolm. It's the first opportunity for Malcolm to close out the frame in the match now.
And the way he's playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he does. He's a well-deserved victor the way he's been playing today, if he can clear this tape. I thought he might have taken a 15 there. He's just I thought that was quite an interesting way to go, but I guess he's got
he's gotten away with it.
Out of it.
Yeah.
He's definitely got away with it. Even if it had got in, he was in no better position, really. He would have had to go for probably that 15 that he was looking at in the first shot. Yeah, tricky shot here. Does he double the 3? 5 is it?
3.
This is a 3. Try and double it back here. If it doesn't sit nice, it could be game over. Tricky shot here for Avon to play. What do you see, Alex?
Well, there's not many places he can leave the cue ball where it's going to be safe for Malcolm.
I think he's trying to put the cat amongst the pigeons, perhaps. Back where it started from. No, worst place. It was all about leaving that white up there.
I mean, there's no gimmies for Malcolm, but the way he's playing in this final, the way he's potting, you'd expect him to just get down and possibly take out the 15 ball to the bottom right.
Oh, I don't know. Do you know the history and who's won this tournament before?
No, I
see
met
Avon's been runner-up in this a couple of times. I think Steve Denton won it last year. I believe. I actually don't know.
Yeah, I've normally got pretty good knowledge of the major national tournaments, but not so much some of these master tournaments.
Somebody might let us know.
It's a good first shot from Malcolm.
Oh, that's a great shot. Has he got? Oh, yeah, I'll probably take the 15. Or does he play the 14 on? But then the 14 could run up the cushion. That's a bit dangerous. I think I'll be taking the 15 in the middle. He's looking at the 14. Here's the white's going up the right hand side of the table there. Oh, that's all right. That's easy.
That's a great shot.
I think that should be game, set, match there. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse though. Yeah,
I don't think there's any chance from fouling on the black this time either.
No.
I think this is game
Certainly
over.
won't be snookering himself.
No, Malcolm Pollock has been fantastic in this final. Got unlucky twice, fouling on the black, but a deserved winner of the Papanui Masters.
Congratulations, Malcolm Pollock.
So congratulations to Malcolm Pollock. It's the 2020 Papanui Masters final, winning 4-2 over Avon Placid. So that's pretty much it from us for another week, guys. We'll be back next week with the Canterbury pairs. But I mean, Claire, you've been here all day, so you should really say the final word.
Catch us next week on the table or off, and I hope you've enjoyed the commentary and the pool played today. Thanks again to everybody who organised it, especially Tracy running the tournament today, Shirley, Darren, the guys in the kitchen, the refs, the bar staff, and of course Daryl from On Cue for supplying these fabulous tables. Cheers everybody, catch you next time.
Thanks guys, see you soon. What time did you start?
I'm about to.
So you're back here again next weekend, Paul?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do it all again?
Do it all again.